Penat. Aku penat juga dia. Tak tahulah nak letak mana. Maybe dekat sini kot, Yum. Nampak tak? Kau bukan berada dekat S, Yum. Dekat aku, mata aku kan. Ni. Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali, babe.
Oi. Zod. Tuan-tuan, tanan. Best roamer.
Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali.
Idola saya juga. Saya main tank pun belajar daripada dia. Tapi saya letak dia dekat A.
Orang lain takkan naikkan kita kan. Kita kena naikkan nama sendiri, guys. Orang lain akan letak aku kat sini, guys.
Tapi saya letak dia dekat A.
Best roamer.
Tapi aku kena letak aku dekat sini. No matter what. 15 season untuk main MPL. Weh. 15 season. Belagak.
So kita ada Virgie kan? Virgie right? Si. Sorry ya Virgie ya.
BJ kita letak terus sini. Kacau Mel tu.
Ni siapa ni? Tak kenal. Tapi dia daripada tim Ray dekat sini. Okay, last. Kita ada last dua, guys. Magma dengan Nova. Kenapa muka korang sama?
Dan yang terakhir, tak ada Magma. Magma saya tak sini. Okay.
Aku letak dia dekat A. Sebab dia tahu baksa dulu daripada aku, guys.
Magma. Si. Why Mama si? Why no? I'm the one who rate or you? You're the one.
Dan last kali, Nova Escobar. Disebabkan kau kalah lawan aku, Nova. Tapi kau power juga. Kau lama main. Aku letak kau B lah. Sorang-sorang boleh. So ni guys, antara list yang saya punya tier lah, tier. Korang jangan kecam pula. Cakap hati aku lah. Aku punya tier bukan tier korang kan. Okay? Enjoy.
Ya, dah. Bye-bye. Saya nak kena training lagi.
Aku yang binakan roster HomeBois dengan Bang Abe, dengan Bang Botak sekali. Sebetulnya aku ada try banyak di tim di MPL Malaysia. Dan time tu HomeBois lah yang paling bagus buat offernya kan. Cumanya waktu itu yang udah fix Izanami aja. So dari situ aku dengan Bang Abe hari-hari kita try out player. Terus yang kedua fix itu 2 EVOS. Veldora dengan Ivan, lalu Imal, yang terakhir Mel Kitty.
Saya pun season 11 rookie. After that season 12 delegate, terkeluar dari MPL. And then saya macam hilang dari scene MPL.
It's EVOS Legend.
Dari awal aku kan di EVOS kan awal. Terus aku langsung diganti ya. Terus di HomeBois aku kan lihat trial potensial timnya, jadi aku try HomeBois. Yang gue tahu tuh Chespen masih bikin jadi analis dulu. Kebetulan Erpang tuh trial di kita juga. Pas kita lihat Erpang, wah ini kayaknya oke lah, oke worth to try lah.
To talk about it even more, we got 3 imports on one team that is currently undefeated in MPL Malaysia. 3 total. One of them, our boy Erpang, Veldora, and Van Strong. The 2 EVOS rejects, the 2 EVOS failures that have never really performed well on EVOS, but now are finding a lot of success on another team.
Kalau pendapat tentang statementnya Mirko, menurut aku mungkin terlalu jahat ya bahasanya, buangan ya. Di MPL Indo mungkin kita tak dapat banyak kesempatan, tapi sebab MPL Malaysia dan sebab HomeBois, akhirnya alhamdulillah aku, Erpang, dengan Vel, dengan Van Strong boleh buktikan lah.
Aku tak expect kita sampai sini, kita semua dibuangan semua rasanya. Aku, Veldora juga, Erpang juga, Chespen, Mel juga kan. Terus sebelumnya Izanami sama Emal juga, maksudnya recordnya juga nggak sebagus lah itulah. Kita banyak yang dibuang-buang lah. Kita juga realize lah ya, anjir kita semua hampir buangan semua. Cukup jujur, gue nggak expect sampai di titik ini. Ya semoga kita konsisten aja.
With our lineup for the past 3 seasons, maybe this is the best one. On our first season, the crowd's favorite is HomeBois. Then the second one, we're kinda shaky. We go to lower bracket, we lose a lot of games. So I think this is the best one. My thoughts on this bracket is I don't really like it because imagine if we already secured our slot for MSC, then we need to wait 2 weeks again. We don't have momentum. We will only play 1 day for finals. Then our enemies that we're going to fight on finals, they have momentum, right? And we don't have much before that.
So you will go to lower bracket?
No, we will still take it. No choice. We still need to take it so we can secure our MSC ticket.
For AERO, kita orang ada beef sikit dengan korang. Sebab korang curi 1 point daripada kita orang kat regular season. Just careful lah dekat playoff.
Good luck, guys. Just destroy each other. See you at upper bracket.
To all the fans that never expected us to even reach playoffs in the first place, I think you guys shouldn't underestimate us because there's a reason why we're not getting swept by all the strong teams. So expect that we will be strong in playoffs.
Untuk test yang 2-1, kita orang selalu dapat tu. Saya tak kisah pun. Asalkan kita orang dapat menang first game tu. Kalah 1, menang 1, kalah 1, dan menang game yang kelima.
Maybe it's a curse, but for me, it's a strength of our team. Considering that week 5 to week 6, we have the momentum of 3 win streak. Even though it's all 2-1 and not against the top teams, I think it's still really confidence booster for us. So anyone we meet in playoffs should be ready against us.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Swiss Watch.
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh momor, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh momor dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh momor sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi. Minna! Utsumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。 4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じてる。
Ini 5 sebab. 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trofi baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti bara ke hadapan, tak menyalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel it now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti bara ke hadapan, tak menyalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus, kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity A350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Musim ke-15 di pentas kebanggaan ini, and this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Inilah perlawanan Upper Bracket Finals.
2 pasukan terbaik Malaysia berada di Upper Bracket. SRG OG Esports dan juga HomeBois Esports. Tapi cuma satu yang bakal berjaya untuk ke Grand Final, Rose.
Yes, indeed, Poji. Now, kalau kita tengok balik dekat rekod kedua-dua pasukan lah kan, SRG OG masih lagi ada clean record daripada regular season sampai ke Phase 1 playoffs. HomeBois pula dapat kalah match lawan SRG sahaja. And of course, ini bukan sahaja rematch ataupun match membalas dendam. Match ini sangat-sangat penting sebab pasukan yang menang match ni akan layak ke finals and mendapat tiket pertama ke MSC.
Bila kita bercakap macam tu, Rose, sebenarnya saya ada benda sikit je. Saya nak leak.
Janganlah leak. Tu kerja lah, Fel. Dah. Please, tu kerja lah, Fel. Awak ni Poji, bukan lah, Fel.
Okay.
Tapi I rasa sebab you buat macam tu lah kan, kepada semua orang yang akan datang ke Phase 2, kita ada special something untuk korang. So, jangan lupa untuk prepare semua device sebab pukul 8 tadi, pukul 8 nanti, tiket akan keluar. Fastest fingers first. Will we see the same people ataupun new people akan datang?
So macam tadi lah, Sid ada cerita, Lafel ada cerita, bila tiket keluar sampai 20 lebih minit nak kena tunggu. Siapa lambat tak dapat, Rose?
Itulah tu. So untuk semua orang dekat sini, I rasa kalau korang nak datang ke playoffs fasa 2 juga, standby lah kan.
Betul. Tapi ada tapinya.
Ada tapi. Apa tu?
Kita nak tengok audience prediction.
Oh. Okay, audience prediction adalah wow.
What a thinking.
What a thinking. 86% kepada Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Wow.
Tapi ini hanyalah prediction, Rose, sebab pentas pembuktian sebenar adalah dekat Land of Dawn.
Yes, betul tu. They will battle it out in the Land of Dawn. And of course, the best team will get the first ticket to MSC.
Tapi sebelum kita nak bercakap pasal MSC, players, apa kata kita nak bagi semangat sikit dekat fan-fan yang ada dekat sini? Boleh tak boleh korang? Kita bermula dengan HomeBois dulu. Saya cakap stay true. Korang HomeBois boleh tak? Boleh? Stay true! Stay true!
Oi. And of course, kepada side ni pula, our defending champions. When I say Selangor Red Giants, are you ready? I nak dengar your support dengan semangat, boleh? Giants, are you ready?
Nampak bersedia, nampak bersemangat. Tapi macam saya cakap, Ros, segala-galanya bakal terjawab dekat Land of Dawn. Tapi tanpa kita melengahkan masa, saya rasa pemain-pemain dah tak sabar nak tunjukkan siapa juara sebenar. Ini pentas kebanggaan kita dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa, Rose.
Casters, take it away.
As the smoke clears and the dawn rises, the time has finally come to lock in our first MSC ticket for MPL Malaysia. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the upper bracket finals between SRG OG and HomeBois, and we will be your casters for today. My name is Stafa, and I am joined on the desk by Husky.
It's going to be pretty exciting because these two teams were in MSC Riyadh 2024 last year, but HomeBois eventually fell to Team Flash and NIP Flash at that time, and SRG went on to win the whole thing. Right now we're back in the same position again, where SRG OG are the favorites to take it all.
Of course, they are the favorites, but they may not necessarily have the easiest path forward. So I think it's very important for them and for all of you guys watching at home to refresh with zero sugar, zero calories. I almost messed that up. I haven't had my 100 plus. The same great 100 plus taste that you have always loved, because no matter the occasion, sugar-free and calorie-free 100 plus zero is here to keep you replenished so you can get the most out of every moment.
Making sure that you are recharged, refreshed, and rehydrated for the most intense matches that are about to hit the Land of Dawn. We've seen 9 games today on the big screen, and all of them have been pretty jaw-clenching, right? Some landslides, some close victories, some epic comebacks, and some unexpected results. There was a crack in the universe, in the timeline, that we would have had DX Seoul against SRG OG, but even if that wasn't a reality, I still feel that I'm satisfied with what we've seen today.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how much growth we've witnessed from every single team in the playoffs thus far, and I'm really happy with the top 4 that we still have. But now we got to talk about the top 2. The winner of this best of 5 series moves on to the grand finals and becomes Malaysia's first MSC representative. SRG OG and HomeBois have both been titans of the entire regular season, but only one of them is officially undefeated.
Yeah, coming back essentially full circle to how things were in Season 13, where they both, again, were the titans, and HomeBois were closely following in SRG OG's footsteps. This decider match is going to be of utmost importance, and up till this point, as AERO Esports has proven to all of us for the second time in a row, they were the only team who were able to force SRG into a corner, and I'm looking for HomeBois to do what they couldn't achieve in the regular season.
Well, considering that AERO Esports has now shown everyone else what the weakness of SRG OG is, perhaps that's something that HomeBois can learn from, something they can use to improve on their gameplay. Hopefully, they've had enough time to refresh themselves, because both of these teams have had to play a best of 5 series earlier today, with HomeBois only just coming off of their victory against DX Seoul. But there's no time to rest. This is it. This is the most important one. If you can take a victory here, your path to MSC is the easiest it possibly could be.
Yeah, a direct indirect slot into the main stage. No more wildcard shenanigans, but most importantly, you can wait until the grand final Sunday on phase number 2. You don't have to go to the lower bracket gauntlet, which entails a possible 2 full BO5s. 2 teams are already waiting down there, right? DxO and AERO Esports will face off at the start of phase 2. So for now, I think it's very important for these 2 teams to get their tickets.
And speaking of tickets, once again reminding everyone that tickets for phase 2 are going to be released and ready for purchase at 8 p.m. What time is it right now, Husky? It is 5 minutes away from ticket release. Make sure you guys get your devices ready if you guys want to catch phase 2. The grand finals is obviously the big spectacle. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, you definitely don't. And again, a lot of people are going to be expecting SRG OG in the grand finals, and We were just trying to find out which is the team that's going to join them on that big stage happening in Stadium Juara, which I can't wait for it already. We have 2 weeks, and Hari Raya Haji in between. I think at the end of the day, HomeBois are the ones that need to prove themselves today.
They definitely are. And now it is time for the hot topic of the day, the hot topic of the season, honestly, the hot topic of the recent MPL MY history as a whole. What does it take to take down SRG?
In Season 13, this was a fleeting thought. Season 14, it became a theme. Season 15 still remains an unanswered question. I think we've brought it up multiple times on broadcast, regardless of whether SPS or MSC or M6 or even in the local league. Early game is where teams need to look at, right? Drafts that can help them accelerate the game pace. AERO Esports has shown it both in the regular season and just now in the upper bracket semis. That early game movements that give them that edge to snowball SRG in the side lanes has proven to be effective.
I think we can also indirectly say that because of this, right? If SRG OG is leading early, the rest of the game is basically over for most teams here in MPL MY. That's just how scary it is. But as we all know, the stakes of this match, the first ticket to MSC is on the line. Will it be SRG or HomeBois who joins all of these other teams who have so far qualified to EWC?
Yeah, and SRG OG making history last year as the first Malaysian team to bring back an international trophy as well. We've even had representatives from other regions who have locked in the slot. CFU Gaming from MPL Cambodia, Seoul, previously known as BTK from NACT, Aurora Gaming from MTC, and of course MPL PH who is currently having the grand finals, Onyx PH and TLPH.
I'm really excited to find out who actually emerges as the champion over there as well, but both those teams have already locked in their slots to MSC, so we will get to witness them play. But right now, between these two teams on the screen, only one will be getting that ticket first. It's not like losing here denies you the chance to get the second one, but the journey is going to be a little bit more annoying.
And it's a journey that SRG OG fully knows, right? They know it at the back of the palm. Season 13, it was a straight cruise through the group stage and then the upper bracket to win it all. In Season 14, they had to go through the lower bracket gauntlet to win it all again and then finishing third on M6. Right now, it seems like we're going down that Season 13 pathway again, right? A flawless record in the regular season in terms of series and then so far flawless in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it was definitely very surprising last season when SRG OG didn't actually get the direct ticket through the upper bracket. And I imagine that coming into this season, looking stronger than they ever have, they want to remedy those past mistakes. But HomeBois have looked the strongest they ever have been and currently stand the best chance of maybe denying that opportunity away. Let's start things off talking about the rosters that'll go head-to-head in the land of Dawn. We got SRG OG up on screen.
Yeah, Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sakais, and Cram, two-time back-to-back champions in MPL MY and MSC 2024 champion. Third place in M6, history makers, record breakers, and of course the Boogeyman Slayer, all in one package. A team that embodies the whole concept of trust the process, and it pays off. There are very few teams that have stuck together for more than a year. This is one of the prime examples of why that process sometimes works.
And it has definitely rewarded them as well. The most consistent and the most terrifying team that MPL Malaysia has ever produced. This is the team to beat. This is the team to take down. And they are not going to make it easy. Today's challenges will be none other than a brand new legacy and era of the HomeBois, with Melkuti, Ivan, Izanami, Amal, and Vel looking to challenge the throne.
And even though it is a completely new roster in an old legacy name, this team has a lot of history because ever since Season 13, they've been really dying to get that trophy back. This organization has failed 2 seasons in a row, but now it seems like they're on track to do it again. Hopefully, they put up a good fight.
This has been a season of rebuilding, a season of many things to look forward to, and I am definitely looking forward to what is going to be coming up with this. The teams are ready to walk up on stage, so let's get our upper bracket finals started. Only one side will make it to the finals. Let's see who it is. Extending their winning record against AERO with a 3-1 victory today. Now, they're just one step away from securing their ticket to MSC. Will Coach Arcadia's draft and strategy lead them to yet another Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, your MSC champions, Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports!
Securing a victory after a full-blown battle just moments ago. Now, they return, aiming to keep the momentum alive and end SRG's reign. Will the mission to bring HomeBois back to MSC be fulfilled today? Put your hands up for La Familia is HomeBois!
Introducing the coaching staff of both teams alongside Head of League Ops Franklin to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of SRG OG, we have Coach Arcadia and Azora Vecchi. And for the HomeBois, we have Coach Erpang and Jesvin. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. And the armbands will be worn by both team captains to lead the team's movement and strategies in the game as they both eagerly vie for the first Malaysian ticket to MSC.
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia beckons, but the only way to get on that flight, to get that check to the direct entrance is through this BO5. And SRG OG and HomeBois have exchanged some fighting words. You know, SRG OG is claiming that HomeBois said that they haven't revealed their full power, so Ozora Vecchi says bring it on. And last time they met in the regular season, it wasn't even a close contest. SRG OG stunned HomeBois, Coach Erprang and Jesvin with innovative draft and unexpected picks that really caught them off guard. Let's see how much HomeBois have evolved.
Up until now, SRG OG have kept their first pick win rate at a very, very high 92%. AERO Esports being the only team that has actually drawn blood against the Red Giants. Like you say, Husky, in their meeting in the regular season, HomeBois got completely dumpstered. Let's see if they have the strats needed to take him down.
Yeah, and of course, we asked some of our colleagues, including you, the ways that teams can utilize to take down SRG OG. Of course, Poji, let Go just play. I'm pretty sure that's one way to do it. But a lot of the consensus are either you stop Cram or you take over the early game.
Yeah, Shamilo, Rose, and LaFell all talk about locking Cram down. The EXP laner on the side of SRG OG has been creating miles of space for the squad to just overwhelm the map with their presence. And me, as well as I think a lot of people, have observed that SRG OG, as strong as they are, is still the most vulnerable in the first few minutes of the game. If you're able to take control of early rotations and get a snowball rolling before SRG can really become a threat, that could be your best chance to victory.
It was something me and Adin also echoed in the earlier series between SRG OG and AERO Esports. We talk about how as much as Cram usually doesn't get much of the spotlight, right? He's overshadowed by flashy savages, multi-kills, big Lord steals from the rest of his teammate. Cram is the pillar of the squad. If there was a chance that they win this Grand Finals and there's a Finals MVP candidate, I personally think Cram is the one deserving to receive it. So HomeBois, if there's any way to shut down SRG OG, you start with the foundations, and the backbone that holds the team up is Cram.
Well, let's kick off building those foundations in the very first game of the series. A best of 5 allows both teams time to experience and figure out what makes their opponents tick. But both these teams have had the chance to witness the other side play in the Land of Dawn. Let's see what they've learned from it. SRG OG instantly gonna ban out that Baxia, and the Fanny gonna be removed by HomeBois.
And this is already a very different start if we just make comparisons between the last time that they met, where Baxia was open both games for SRG OG and HomeBois respectively, but also the prioritization on Kimmy was SRG OG's kind of go-to. On top of that is also the Phobias, right? The SRG OG was able to get their hands on, the glue, excuse me. So clearly for SRG OG, they come into this, they ban out the 1-1 and Baxia. I wonder if the Fredrin will be considered, because SRG OG has been giving a lot of respect by banning out Fredrin against a lot of these teams.
Yeah, both these heroes banned out by SRG OG scream Fredrin. They tell you that they want to play that tank jungler, but it feels a little bit too obvious, a little bit too predictable. Would Coach Arcadia really reveal all his cards in such a way, or is there some sort of gambit happening?
I think it goes both ways. I am more curious about the first pick. Like Kalea was also a big contention for SRG OG in the first, I think, 3-4 weeks of the league. Kalea was always first pick material before Kimmy became a thing. So Joy banned out by HomeBois, as Joy has also proven today that being on that blue side, you would go for this opening.
Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. Now, I do want to open an interesting topic of discussion. When SRG OG played against HomeBois in the regular season, there was heavy emphasis on heroes like the Ling and the Xavier. And we had thought, okay, maybe this is the strategy SRG will play going forward. But they didn't do that. That was reserved exclusively for their match against HomeBois. Is it specifically a strategy for this team?
If that's the case, I wouldn't put it past them. I feel like if that is the case, it is going to be a, you know what, a targeted vengeance, or you can say a targeted vendetta towards HomeBois. But I also am on board with the idea that if you have a particular strat that works well against your enemies, I think by all means go for it, right? At that point of time, HomeBois were playing a draft that wants to dive SRG OG. For 2 games in a row, they were taking picks like Baxia, Lucas. They want to get on top of SRG OG, and all the Giants had to do was to pick heroes that had self-sustained or abilities to peel the teammates away.
That is something SRG has always been specialized in, though. Skirmishing, engaging and disengaging at the right opportunities is what makes it so difficult for other teams to actually get under their skin. With the Phoveus and Loyi now finishing out the ban phase for both these teams, SRG OG will be the ones to kick things off. What is that first pick? Will they go back to the Kimmy, or is something else on their mind?
The Kalea is also open, but then you invite a trade like the Badang on the side of HomeBois, right? So SRG OG, they go back to the Kalea, which has not been picked for majority of the games today. Kimmy, Badang, what else? Kimmy, Badang is open for HomeBois. They could go for an early Fredrin. We've seen them pick in the red 2. Sometimes they leave it to red 3 as well. It's a pick your poison kind of scenario. The Gatot also, right? A very direct answer to most Kalea picks in the league.
Yeah, direct answer to the Kalea, which surprisingly we haven't seen a lot of recently. The Fredrin is still a big question mark. Did Arcadia ban Baxia and 1-1 specifically to draft it for themselves, or is that some kind of trick to force HomeBois to steal it away? As you mentioned, picks like the Kimmy are still open, the Harif is still open, they go for that, and they do actually take the Fred.
Yeah. I think this is sort of expected from HomeBois, right? And this does give SRG OG the option to, since this Kalea is always going to be a Yum 0, I don't think Kram has played it, they have the option to instantly pick a Kram's Badang, which he has played 2 games today and has found great success. Either that, teams also have pivoted to picking both their mid laner and gold laner so that they can keep jungler plus a potential flex pick, in this case Kram 0, for the second phase.
I think keeping your jungler to the second phase would work pretty well for SRG OG right now. If they're able to see more of HomeBois' draft, then they could lock in a tank counter like the X-Borg later on if it's a bit more suitable. Gold lane's fine, since Harif has already revealed itself, but SRG OG thinks differently, and that's why they are the champs. It's a Hayabusa Farsa.
Taking away the Farsa from Izanami too, which has been his go-to comfort picks, I think, towards the latter half of regular season. And also, even today against DXS, right? Izanami played quite a copious amount of Farsa. And it has always been one of the few picks where if they are on that blue side, it's going to be second, third for Izanami, but on the red side, usually it comes in third too. So this is where I think a pivot might happen for HomeBois. They could keep Izanami's hero for the second half, but that means that they might have to end up revealing a potential flex pick here.
Keeping this Fredrin flexible would be the most ideal, but I think it is more important to prioritize heroes that may get banned out in the second ban phase, such as this Badang. Going to be a very good answer to heroes like the Farsa, and we've already seen well-timed fist breaks lock down Hayabusas in the tournament. So it could be a good answer for the HomeBois. They'll just go ahead and grab that.
Yeah. Not only that, it still doesn't fully tell SRG OG where the Badang and Fredrin are going to go, right? Essentially a double flex display from HomeBois at this point. You could start locking down Innocent's hero pool, going for the Beatrix, which is a very direct combination with the Kalea.
Considering that SRG OG banned the 1-1 and they didn't go for the Fredrin, it indicates that they're trying to set up for a more beneficial lane for Innocent specifically. So HomeBois is already starting to lock that down a little bit, getting rid of the Beatrix. I imagine if they want to get rid of more gold laners, then the Moskov would probably make sense, or the Granger, depending on which one they think is scarier.
And if that's the case, we might see Innocent go back to something like, what was that hero again? I've never seen Iratel today. I don't think we'll see Iratel here. Oh man, it slipped my mind all of a sudden. Pyramis gets banned. No, this could be a glue indication. I mean, it's very straightforward. I think... What? Oh man, it actually slipped my mind. I had the hero in my head and then it just disappeared.
Which hero? Gold lane?
Yeah, what's the gold lane hero again?
Bruno?
Yes, thank you. The Bruno. It has been an option.
Bruno earlier.
Has been an option for Innocent. Not much, but the games that he has played is great. And this guy knows what's up. Got the ticket to phase 2. Congratulations.
That was quick. Looks like his friend got a ticket as well. Looks like we'll be seeing y'all at phase 2. For those of you who are watching online and haven't grabbed that yet, do it quick. We don't know how much longer they'll be up. The glue gonna get banned away in response to the Pyramis.
Apparently it's a 47-minute queue. In a blink of an eye.
Wow.
Yeah, like the moment the tickets went live, I think our good friend Poji went and checked. It was a 1-minute queue, and then a couple of refreshes, it ended up being 47 minutes. So good luck to those who are still waiting in line to get the tickets, and congratulations to those who got it.
I mean, better to get in the queue rather than miss out on a chance to get the tickets, right? You can just leave it on in the background. Hopefully you move through it pretty quickly.
Yep. I've had this experience because I went traveling in Japan, and you know this place Kichi that sells the Omu rice, very viral one.
Yes.
So we tried to queue for it, and let me tell you, it says it opens at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. I refreshed the website, get into the queue, within 20 seconds it closed.
Man, that's rough.
It is rough.
That's very, very rough. Oh, another guy with a ticket in the crowd. You can see how happy he is. That could be you if you get a ticket right now. The Masha ban as well from SRG. Big respect to making sure that they're still aware of the potential flex of both these heroes. And Vel's Masha is a scary one.
Only 2 teams have found great success with Masha, right? And finally enough, they actually faced off against each other just now, DXS and HomeBois. There's another flex pick from Vel that was quite popular in the MPL, at least regular season, that we haven't seen today, the Edith. Right, he's picked a lot of Edith in the regular season, but at this point in time, that hasn't really been shown just yet to Sin for Izanami.
So I instantly have a slight concern for the side of the HomeBois in that they just don't have a lot of damage, especially earlier on in the game. This last pick from their side is gonna need to be a pretty notable damage hero, but at the same time, it's probably going to be their roamer, depending on where this Badang ends up. We could see Vel on a damage EXP. The Edith is still open. That's one of his usual go-tos.
Unless we see him on the Fredrin again, and then they pick like an assassin, right?
That
like
is true.
Suyo is still up. The Ling is still up. The, I don't know if you want to go Alpha, though we did see Alpha in MPL PH. Couple of options left for HomeBois. The finishing pick to Rizla. Coming online for Cram and a Moskov for Innocent.
And Moskov is an Innocent classic and typically a hero that does well in lane against the Harif, so that makes a lot of sense. But Crams to Rizla is something we have not seen in a very, very long time. We're getting treated to a lot of old classics today here. And earlier, that was done by Amal. He actually played a lot of interesting assassins in the jungle, bringing back the Benedetta and the Nolan. So if they do want to flex the Fredrin into EXP still, Amal has plenty of options.
Yeah, a blast to the past, right? In fact, Amal played a full series, and all 5 games he picked different junglers. Benedetta, Nolan, Ling, the Baxia, then the Joy. So let's see if this is gonna be a flex. Fredrin, it seems like okay, wait.
We actually still have no idea.
We have no idea. Okay, it is a Vel Benedetta.
Ooh, I don't think we've actually seen Vel's Benedetta yet. Even though he normally can play damage EXP lane, he leans towards Masha or Edith. So this is gonna be a treat. This is gonna be something interesting. And Benedetta is actually still on 100% win rate. This hero is difficult to handle here at MPL MY.
Across multiple roles too. Siska has found success with Benedetta, Serpat has done it, and the most recent addition is Amao in the jungle. Let's see if Val will be the 4th name on that list.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We are about to get started with the upper bracket finals. Game number 1 may only be the first step in a journey, but it is a path that leads you straight to MSC in Riyadh. Will it be the defending champions or a brand new era of challengers? Let's find out in the land of Dawn.
HomeBois on red side, SRG OG on blue side. To some people, this might just be a fresh encounter between 2 different eras, but for some, it is a rivalry as old as Season 13. We start off with a bit of a pause. Last time we got a pause from SRG OG. Innocent spilled his drink, but this time, seems like it's called.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, he spilled his drink, so you can see the marshals wiping his side of the table with tissue paper.
That's very unfortunate. He is not innocent anymore after that one.
He spilled his drink and he went on to win the game, right?
Maybe that's the good luck charm now.
It is a good luck charm.
You just gotta spill your drink every time you're on stage.
Yeah. I see some people saying that, hey, one of the keys to beating SRG, we talk about shutting down Cram in lane, banning his pace, targeting the silings and all, but we forgot about the most important thing, which is just take his shoes away. The game isn't over until he wears his shoes, but what if he doesn't have shoes to wear?
You're right! Yeah, Cram is always the first person to put his shoes back on when the game ends. It's usually because he's dead after the fight, but that's true. If you take away his shoes and he can't put them on, the game doesn't end.
Exactly. We've cracked the code. Oh well, someone out there has cracked the code. We need you in the next season. Maybe you are the one that can take down SRG OG.
The teams need to hire sub-players that can go and steal Cram shoes because the rest of them are busy.
I think a lot of these analysts out there have pretty insightful input. Some are creative, some are straight up illegal. But we'll leave the stealing up for interpretation, whether you think it's the right thing to do or not as we hop back into the game.
Well, I know what is legal. That is stealing the victory. That is stealing the buff potentially because Ivan is here.
Yeah, so Yunus will have to go back him up. So guys, not really affected too much by the attempted harassment from Ivan, who will be chunked out and leave the scene. In fact, even despite the attempted delay, Sakai still was the first one to clear the buff.
I'm looking at the emblems here, and there's nothing too out of the ordinary, except very interesting choices from Cram, going for heavy movement speed on this Terizla rather than overall bulkiness with choices like the tenacity. Tells you that he is going to be joining fights. He wants to be unlocked from this lane as early as possible.
Yeah, that is something that we have seen be a pretty common occurrence for Cram, like Baxia, Glue even. He's very, very selfless. And as a team player, right, he frees himself from the lane, he picks heroes that has great wave clear, and then he just starts leaving the lane closer to the 2-minute mark. And that seems to be going to be the case as well, getting priority over Val in the top lane.
Talked about the importance of side lane prio, as well as a little bit of early pressure when you're up against SRG OG, and so far HomeBois hasn't really been able to create that just yet.
An attempted execute onto MelQT, Shadow Kill, damage, not enough good Chrono Dash to avoid the last tick of the Shuriken.
MelQT surviving there is very, very important. You cannot allow a Hayabusa to get a kill with his first Ogi Shadow Kill of the game. That sets up a very dangerous precedence.
They do find Sakai, who will be chunked down low as the turtle is about to spawn. Val shows up middle lane to free up Izanami, as now they look to take priority over Turtle, but Izanami, he's not going to be level 4 just yet, but since Sakai is low, SRG OG would just give this one up. Ivan doing a great job of reconnaissance. HomeBois stopping SRG OG and now are looking for Stormy, forces Flicker out. Sakai is in a very precarious position, and Cram, with the help of Stormy, Blast takes out 2. HomeBois now need to retreat. Amao trying to slowly back up, but Yums comes in to force out the Purify from the side of HomeBois. Izanami not really in a good spot as Cram swings the hammer. 1, 2, 3 in his face. 3rd death for HomeBois, and number 4 up on the darkest. SRG OG trace an objective for 4 kills.
That is definitely not what you want to happen in the first 3 minutes of the game. We talked about this, HomeBois. Do not
a 1+1.
Very well done by the homeboys there, committing most of their resources to stop Innocent and getting a bonus kill on Yums in exchange. I think SRGOG themselves, though, were already ready to potentially give up on Innocent in the bot lane. They had Cram Split pushing up top, and Sky's going for a push down mid side as well. Not a lot of effort to actually come down there to help, since I don't feel like it would have gotten them much benefit.
They would have been late to the party for sure. And that is a 1,000 goal swing towards HomeBois. Now they have basically just flattened out whatever deficit that they suffered earlier on. SRGOG sitting in less than 1,000 goal advantage that the airstrike used very early. Chunked out Izanami and Vel. HomeBois on the turtle. Here comes Surkai into the shadow kill. Izanami is a target, uses the Purify to get out of danger, but Cram is swinging it. The hammer, left, right, and center, trying to polarize HomeBois. Turtle for SRGOG, but Yums ends up going down. Vel tries to assassinate Innocent, finds the kill at the very end with the lethal ignition, and now it's just Cram who finds Vel in return, but there's just too many members of HomeBois. Cram with the flicker to try and look for Ivan, but Ivan gets to safety, and now Cram is just another sacrificial lamb. HomeBois with 3.
Man, it sure takes a long time to take him out, though. As Guys is able to get the mid-tier 1 hurt. Stormy snipes Ivan after the fight is over. So despite everything, it's still somewhat even for SRGOG. I was a little worried that they spent a bit too many resources just to get a turtle, but the kill score ends up being somewhat even, and that is actually perfectly okay for them, since initially it looked like HomeBois were in control.
We gotta give SRGOG credits for some forward thinking, right? They realized that the fight was over, Cram is gonna draw attention away and get as much trade done as possible. So guys took the mid-tier 1 in the process. So I agree, I think the eventual winner is still SRGOG. An attempted steal from Sakai's, which ends up bearing no fruit. But for HomeBois, at least, they're not behind, right? They're keeping even with the Red Giant.
I think we've seen from past experience that SRGOG is the type of team that is willing to throw bodies. They don't really care about the overall kill score of the game, because the goal is always to make it further into the base and take down the crystal. So in this case, even though they're not getting much of a net worth lead, even though they are taking more deaths than usual on their main cores, they are getting a lot of macro done. And HomeBois are oftentimes going to be rotating the map together, so they're not really able to respond to that in exchange.
And because as a result of that, for the past few minutes, Surkai has finally overtaken Amao in terms of experience. Even when you look at the items, right? First item, Genius 1 for the Farsa, Feta Estra used very early on. Izanami got chunked just a little bit. Glowing on up next for Stormy. Innocent working towards his final item, the DHS, Radiant Armor for Cram. I think SRGOG are ready for the skirmishes.
Vel actually going for a fairly greedy build. Oh!
Shadow kill, Izanami. Gets a low roll this time. Saves the Crimson Beacon and the Purify.
Chunking out Izanami is also pretty good. Looking at the itemization, Vel is going for a second item BOD after the Hunter Strike, so not going for more economical builds on this Benedetta. Whereas Yums skipped the fleeting time, went for an Antique Cuirass to play more defensively. They get the bottom tier 1, but HomeBois wants this Lord.
It's about reconnaissance. Vel has a good angle to come in. They get a Petrify on the Stormy, which blows him up, and Yums also cannot stay in the fight for any longer. A double kill for MelQT, and Cram left out to dry. Mega kill for Amao. Lord's gonna be for HomeBois, but SRGOG once more on the macro sense broke the holy defense bot.
I think it's still worth it for the HomeBois there. They're able to get 3 kills. They get the Lord for free, and oh wow, Skies, you're playing with fire right there, sir. But really well played by HomeBois. They dive the backline instantly. They don't really care about Yums or Cram in the front, because they know that as long as they eliminate Stormy, they basically have no damage to worry about, since as long as they position correctly, Innocent cannot risk jumping to his SOD, and he chose not to, went for the split push instead. Despite all of that, the net worth score is still even thanks to the macro play that Innocent has been doing.
Innocent and Surkai, right? Taking, swapping roles every now and then. Holy Trinity now done for Innocent. At 10th minute mark, Lord spawning bottom side. Ivan does have the approach. So gonna try and corral SRGOG so that HomeBois can get the mid-tier 1.
MelQT also just completed his Holy Crystal. Oracle comes out from Ivan. Pretty notable item power spikes for the side of HomeBois. That'll make their team fights even more efficient. I think we're at the stage of the game where the HomeBois can actually afford playing 4 and 1. Vel can start matching up the macro, since I think even in a 4v5 situation, HomeBois are strong enough.
And it's Eye for an Eye Petrify. So guys, takes on the challenge and survives. Here comes the damage block. Electro final blow, good iframe from Val, so Sakai's gets nothing. Lord bottom side, two HomeBois looking for a potential pinch. There is the conceal play. Cram will put his body in front, eats the taunt and everything from the rest of HomeBois. Stormy getting jumped up by Izanami, but still gets all four pops off. Bottom tier 2 falls, and Cram also goes down.
All right. Much better for... Oh!
SOD, Innocent! Goes in from LQT and follow-up from Yums! Innocent! Once more! Does it again! 4-dead for HomeBois!
The Half Man, Half Beast, the savior of SRG OG. How does he keep doing it? The moment I was about to say that was a good engagement, a positive trade for the HomeBois. Innocent turns around and says, no, you don't. I am here. And all of a sudden, the inhibitors being cracked open.
This is some mad stuff from SRG OG. They were the ones on the back foot, and yet they were the ones that got an advantage. It was all set up by Innocent. Not just the big plays, but that macro play in the bottom lane with the absence of the Holy Shield popped earlier on. It did naturally went down either way, but it puts SRG OG back in the driver's seat.
HomeBois let down their guard, and I don't even blame them. Anyone in that position would assume that they were in a perfectly comfortable spot. They had already won the fight. They had taken out the frontliners of SRG OG. Vel was pushing up top lane. They just needed to buy a little bit more time. Then the SOD comes in on the perfect target, and MelQT is taken out first as well. This is why Innocent has gained the recognition of gold laners across the world.
From the most doubted one to the most recognized one, it is a badge of honor, and no one can take away from him for sure, right? It took him a while, a journey to the Malaysian scene to make it happen, but to keep that for 3 seasons in a row is unprecedented. Next door up on the menu, Val getting jumped up by Innocent. Sakai is also here too, so Val needs to find a way to get out of this. There is Izanami nearby. Sakai goes in, Electro final blow. Again, Val denies the shadow kill. The rest of HomeBois work on the Lord.
Very good on Vel to save his ultimate all the way until the Ogi shadow kill, but SRG OG wants to contest this.
And they have Innocent to set out the bottom wave. Cram's going to eat everything. Penalty zone into a flicker to buy time and keep HomeBois in their place. Now the battle formation is broken a little bit.
Is bottom.
Innocent, he's going to look for a potential endgame. MelQT, the recall cancelled, but the SOD Lord still goes over to HomeBois. But Val now needs to bail himself out of the situation. HomeBois on the run despite they're the ones getting the objective. Aimar getting brought back by the Tsunami Slam. Salmon Force lay down. MelQT saves the fight. Yums goes down.
A good save from the HomeBois. That looked really scary. SRG OG was literally attacking multi-pronged. Innocent could have split push down bottom. He chose to join the fight when he got the snipe in on MelQT, but HomeBois were able to disengage in the correct direction, and Aemon was still able to secure the Lord for them. I don't think they're going to be able to get any structures with this one, but that was very close and a very important fight for HomeBois to win, because if SRG OG had gotten an important target in that one, the game would have been over.
Innocent getting his final item, the Malefic Gun. And it's safe to say that at least HomeBois is putting up a way closer fight than they did last time. They met Ivan with the fist break engage! Takes down one, but isn't it enough though? Because Innocent is still around and we've seen him work magic. Lord goes down, SOD, Innocent, he's gonna take it again! Innocent! Val jumps on top of him, but Innocent prevails! Half beast, Baba, Jaeger, Innocent!
He's insane! They are insane! How do you turn that sort of situation around? Ivan got such an incredible catch at such a good timing. I don't think SRG was prepared to respond to that, and yet, they're the ones who come out on top. This Moskov, this player, I don't even know if he's human anymore.
In the words of Vigo from John Wick Season 1, he is not the boogeyman. He is the person you sent to kill the boogeyman. Man of sure will and pure determination. He saved the game twice. Both were Lord pushes from HomeBois. Can you believe it?
I don't even know what to say. I have no words about this. Every bone in my body screams that this logically should not be possible. But by now, I guess we should be aware that Innocent breaks the laws of reality itself. If he wants a win, he's gonna take it, no matter what it takes.
In our games, that game would have ended.
Yeah, definitely.
He would have went next.
I would have FF'd a long time ago.
I would have too. But if my Moskov is innocent, maybe FFing would be on the bottom of the list. Although HomeBois are still keeping even with SRG, and Cram is going to be the one that they jump on. Cram knows that he has to sacrifice himself to buy a bit of time. Here comes Surkais and use to conceal from the side. Surkais looking for a backline. Innocent free hitting everyone. The Tsunami standing by. Time LQT collected and harvested by SRGOG. And this one is the nail in the coffin for game number 1. Innocent and the rest of the team gives him a maniac. Innocent is just too damn good.
SRGOG is just too damn good. Game number 1 taken. The perfect nail in the coffin. Innocent had been turning fights around the entire time, and for one last attempt, SRGOG shows we don't need to turn this fight around anymore. We are in the driver's seat this time. HomeBois humbled in game number 1.
Every single time, HomeBois thought that they can go from calling shotgun in the vehicle to putting their hands on the steering wheel. SRGOG keeps them at bay and even takes out the aux cable because they want HomeBois to dance to the tune. And Innocent is the conductor, the orchestrator of all these tangos. What a display, saving the team twice during an enemy Lord push and ending it off with a maniac. SRGOG truly setting the bar higher and higher every time we see them play.
How do you even counterplay this? HomeBois did a good job. They did everything exactly as they needed to. Even though they did lose their first fight, they were able to turn it around, take early pressure, mid-game control, and those are the keys we pointed out. Having that control should lead you to victory as long as everything goes to plan. But the moment Innocent decides it is time for me to join the fray, everything fell apart.
So it begs the question, was game 1 set up for success for SRGOG due to macro or due to just pure clutch mechanics from Innocent?
I think it came down to the willingness of SRGOG to trade. The goal is to get maximum efficiency out of every exchange. If HomeBois is going to kill our marksman, we are going to find something else. We are going to create space by any means necessary, and that space was all the half-man, half-beast needed to become the MVP of Game 1.
Yeah, with the Moskov, this skewered HomeBois like shish kebab, the power of family for once, unlike Fast and Furious franchise, did not stand in a whole threat, a candle to SRGOG. And this man right here on your screen, if there's anything that he has done to remind us that he was the one who got us through the M6 group stage at one point into eventual top 3 finish, this is one of those few reminders that he is still the half-man half-beast that we all knew from Season 13.
There is a reason SRGOG was willing to try a 4 Protect 1 comp in this day and age around this man alone. And he continues to demonstrate that quality every single time he takes the stage. By the way, he did all of that without a Wind of Nature. He only had it for the last fight, and by then he didn't even need it anymore. I do think that HomeBois kind of lost the sauce a little bit towards the end. Stormy was doing a great job of playing a ring around the Rosie with Vel, just buying as much time from the Benedetta as possible, and by the time Vel realizes his team needs him, it's already too late.
Yeah, and throughout the entire game, HomeBois have made some great moves as well, right? At one point, it was like watching two Grandmaster playing chess. You know, you get a lane, we get the Lord, you get a kill, we take one back. But eventually, it was SRGOG thinking a couple steps ahead. And even at HomeBois' highest moments, which was Ivan's engage in front of SRGOG's base, they still ended up losing a game.
Oh, as someone who plays Rome, seeing how well Ivan set that up and what it resulted in breaks my heart. I cannot believe that I would be watching my screen and thinking, what?
What else can I do, right? Like, I serve up a full course meal. Here's your A5 Wagyu steak, perfectly grilled, medium rare, just how you like it, with some balsamic vinegar reduction, and then you drop the plate. Or maybe I drop the plate, I don't know anymore.
Or in this case, Innocent make them drop the plate.
Yeah, Innocent.
He just trips you over, and there's nothing you can do about it because he stares you in the face and you realize, I can't do anything to this man. Oh, man.
Sheer terror up against Innocent. I feel like it's one of the games where I look at HomeBois and I think to myself, what do they need to adjust? I don't think the draft was a big of a problem. It certainly is a bit more technical than what SRG OG wants to achieve, but they've been putting it off to a very respectable degree.
I think HomeBois are basically just lacking in a little bit of experience, especially on the international stage, because they were doing everything correctly. But what comes next? When they started splitting, going for that bot lane push, sending Vel up top, they were already in a comfortable position, but they forget what this Moskov is capable of, and they're not really in position to actually counteract it. That's fine. But after that, the goal needs to be to find Innocent. You cannot start a fight without knowing where he is on the map and ideally having good positioning over him. And I don't feel like HomeBois met those criteria, especially in that final fight. They, for some reason, chased Cram down half the river to try and kill the tankiest member of the team. I don't think that was smart.
Felt like a tunnel vision moment, right? And even, let's say, they get the kill onto Cram, you probably lay down your Zaman Force. What comes next? And SRG OG, just through that itself, was able to punish HomeBois. We say that Cram is very selfless, and this entire game, it's not like he went full tank, he went War X first item, and he still was one of the hardest men to take down.
That's the body of the Smith right there, boys. It is so difficult to remove this Terizla. It's a similar situation to Fredrin. Even without items, you need to commit a good amount of resources to actually take them out. So even though normally, if you're able to take out the enemy main front line first, it's usually good for use, on certain heroes, you need to reconsider whether that is the correct choice.
This one definitely was not, even in the objective distribution, right? It didn't feel like SRG OG was dominating, and I didn't think to any degree that they were dominating. It's just when it comes down to the important moments, when all the chips are down, SRG OG were the ones that win the gambit.
They were biding their time. You're right, Husky. It did not look like at any point in that game until, Innocent, that they were actually winning. They were just trading. They were just like taking what they could in exchange for the lives that were lost by really aggressive rotations from the HomeBois. But sometimes that's all that's needed. Because normally, with the number of ganks and pressure that HomeBois had applied, they should be looking at a pretty comfortable net worth lead. There was never any net worth lead. SRG OG were always in the game.
Yeah, either they were slightly ahead or they were even. We gotta look at the Hall of Famers. This game, of course, is Innocent as the rich guy, but MelQT still did the most damage overall.
Literally everyone else is from the HomeBois. That's how much of an impact Innocent had himself. His GPM isn't really even that high compared to some of the numbers we've seen up there, but the fact that he was able to do that after dying twice in the first 5 or 6 minutes really speaks to the importance of trading for space. MelQT did a good job with damage. Amal was difficult to remove as the Fredrin, and Izanami was pretty annoying, but the results speak for themselves as RGOG have laid the first brick to MSC.
And once more coming up with a pick that HomeBois might not have expected. In this case, the Terizla, right? Every other hero was what we've seen from SRG OG when we compare these two teams itself. Just today, I think HomeBois have shown, 20 unique heroes prior to this upper bracket finals, whereas SRG OG, they've only shown 11 in 4 games. That is a very, very big difference.
I have the feeling SRG OG is the type of team that, you gotta make us show you more of our heroes. Look at this gold graph, and again, it is ridiculous to think about that HomeBois were leading in kills for most of the game, and they only ever got a 1k lead max.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. That was the first Lord. The first Lord, Innocent clutched it. It's like, okay, whoopsie, we can do it again. Guess the second Lord, and look, no structures, right? 2 Lords, but no inhibitor conversions for HomeBois. And in fact, after the second Lord, it was SRG who ran away with the game.
It is so impressive to see. And it is an indication to every team, once again, that the state of the game can change on a dime. You cannot afford to let down your guard anytime. Whether it be a small 2k lead or a 10k lead, a single mistake is all that it costs you. But in this case, it wasn't even really a mistake. It was legitimately just one man saying, it's time to take things into my own hands.
Yes, I'd win.
Actually, I'd win. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Oh man, I mean, looking at just the conclusion of game 1, I'm looking ahead into game number 2, and I'm thinking, There's a chance that HomeBois is going to take that first pick. Is there any adjustments that they're going to make? I would boldly assume that we're not going to see a Benedetta being brought out anymore. They're going to try and give Amal the assassin jungler. But how is that going to affect their approach against SRGOG?
So my worry with HomeBois is that they may rely a little bit too much on getting kills, on winning team fights. I think this is the same issue that allowed MV to get clean swept by DXS. There's a lack of adaptability and flexibility in the way you play the game. Even though you pick this Benedetta to try and match the macro of SRGOG, you can tell that Vel wasn't really doing that a lot of the time, and I feel like that cost HomeBois a lot more advantage than they should have been giving up.
Yeah. And then even when Vel was doing it, which was, you know, into the mid towards late game, you have Surkais to deal with him, right? And it's not like Surkais needed to take him out. He just needed to stop Vel from functioning. And even when you look at the highlight reel, every single time something happens on the map, SRGOG always finds a trade elsewhere.
Yeah, it's SRG just saying, we are going to find some way to make this an efficient trade for us. And then this fight, the first fight, Vel decides, okay, you guys are fine, right? I can go split push somewhere else on the map. It completely turns around. And despite Ivan's best efforts to get this setup right in front of the base, this is what happens. I still cannot believe it, and I am watching it right now.
I believe this is like the third time that Innocent had to press Purify. But for a majority of the game, HomeBois weren't even worthy of the Purify. And this was the final nail in the coffin. Vel gets a midway push, and suddenly his team goes down.
He's chasing Stormy the entire time, and by the time he gets back, Amal is the only person left. Again, there was no reason to try and chase Cram down that far. At a certain point, you have to decide, actually, they're probably going to be collapsing on us pretty soon. Maybe it's time to back off. No, they double down. They throw everything at Cram, gathering themselves up to get pin-cushioned by Innocent, who is literally not being cared about in the backline.
And the first guy he found was Mel. It's like the most important target on HomeBois. So well done, SRGOG. They continue to shock us over and over again. But what's more shocking is how fast tickets are selling out for Phase 2.
Oh. Yeah,
oh, wait.
You are correct.
That
Grand
is shocking.
Finals tickets are sold out to everyone who got a ticket. Congratulations. Wow. We've literally only had time to play one game of MLBB.
How am I going to attend Grand Finals?
Yeah.
I need tickets. My family.
Now we won't have casters.
My family needs tickets. Your family needs tickets.
At least there is still day one. Phase 2 day one tickets are still available, but they're selling fast. So if you guys want to catch the final few matches before the Grand Finals as well, this is your last chance to do it.
Yeah, and if you are the unfortunate ones who are not able to get a ticket to come down to the arena at Stadium Jara, don't worry, you can watch it in a virtual arena.
Indeed, the virtual arena that is Astro Arena, where you don't miss a single moment of MPL Malaysia Season 15 because you can now catch all the live action on your TV screens only with Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before right from your living room.
I've seen a lot of people reshare or post stories on social media, them watching on their big television screens. Keep it coming. This is what makes the league so much more fun. It's not just a local thing, it's a national celebration of great achievements of our local players and even the imports who are willing to take their chances in our local league. Which, even according to Merkel, right, up to this point, HomeBois, Coach Erpang, Jesven, Vel, Ivan, they were undefeated up till SRG, almost dropped against DXS earlier on, but still the second best team in the league. You look at the gap between SRG-OG and HomeBois in the regular season, not that much. Between HomeBois and the third seed, which at that time was Monster Vicious, pretty darn far, and yet here we are.
Yet here we are. These are two of the best teams we have here in MPL Malaysia, and it still seems like SRG-OG is too big of a mountain to climb. What to even do? HomeBois have had so much development. the players that you mentioned, the imports you mentioned, were literally called rejects by Mirko, by many players and fans over in MPL ID. They found a new breath of life here, revitalized the HomeBois organization as a whole, and now they're playing in the upper bracket finals. They want to show everything that they're capable of, but SRG OG, it's just another day for them.
Yeah, just for HomeBois, it was the fight of the lives. For SRG, it's just another day in the scrim room. So hopefully HomeBois can bounce back. There's going to be the lower bracket, but like you mentioned early on, you want to be able to get through to Riyadh as fast as possible. In fact, we have a quick trivia Q&A brought to you by Ferry. Which player made their MPL MY debut in Season 8 and later claimed the regular season MVP title? Season 8. Hold on. Season 7 was RSGMY.
Yes.
Season 8. Oh, regular season MVP, not finals MVP.
Regular season MVP?
Was that Smooth? Momo?
Was it Stormy season? Is it too early to be Stormy season? No, it is. It is too early to be Stormy season.
It is too early. Oh, man. Which... Are we supposed to answer this? Or
do we actually need to answer?
Oh, man. Who is the... Oh, I gotta brush up my history. You were here. You were here.
I was.
I was not.
But this was so long ago.
Season 8. Who won Season 8? Hold on. Was it Toad?
It might have been SMG.
SMG, yes. It's SMG. Was it Smooth?
It could have been Smooth.
Smooth or Momo? Smooth? Oh, okay. We're completely wrong. I'm so sorry. Shibi.
Wow, I completely... Really?
Sorry, Vamos fans. I wasn't
Wait,
here.
really? Hold on. I know Chibi debuted in Season 7. Did he get regular season MVP the next season? I guess so.
He has a regular season MVP. Just don't remember which one. Well, we found the answer.
Well, my memory is not what it used to be. It's okay though.
It's been a long time.
It's alright. You guys will forgive me, right? Right?
For those who got the answer right, truly a Vamos fan. Or Chibi fan in this case.
Man,
this feels so long ago. I feel so old.
It does. Dude, thinking back to it, it's insane how far we have come. How far MPL Malaysia has developed.
Yeah, we talk about the regular season MVP, in Season 8. And this season was a completely different one, right? He has won a championship. He's finished runner-up 2 times. He's been to M5. He's been to MSC. He's been to M6. Right now going through one of the lower points in his career. We do hope he bounces back next season. But it does speak volumes of how much more competitive we've gotten. Last 2 seasons, it was only SRG plus HomeBois/Vamos. Right now, with SRG, with HomeBois, with DXS, with MV, we have AERO. I think we're moving in the right direction.
We are definitely getting better and stronger with every season, and that goes double for SRG OG as well. You would think they don't need to anymore, but I'm really happy to see that this team is consistently pushing themselves. They definitely want to be on top of the international stage once again, but that just means that every other team is having a tough time keeping up.
I would say that SRG OG are too good for their own good.
Oh, another question.
All right, what is this? Besides Zorn, which player has played the longest in MPL MY from his debut season until now, and in which season did he start? Zorn started in Season 3. So...
It's Smooth, right? But I don't remember when he started.
Is it Smooth or is
I think this was before I debuted. No, not Momo.
No Momo, right?
Momo was after. I'm pretty sure Momo was also Season 7, actually.
I was around in Season 5.
Was Smooth around?
I honestly, I can't remember. It was COVID season.
I think it was Smooth.
I think it was Smooth, right? It should be. There hasn't been much players that has played from the earlier days and still stuck around until now.
But which season did he start?
Could be Smooth, actually. That time it was Evo's SG who won Season 5 against Over Todak.
I feel like we have to lock in Smooth.
It should. Okay,
Oh,
Season
it was
3. So it was with the same season as Zorn.
Wow. Well, I wouldn't know. I was not actually around at that time.
Yeah, I know that Smooth was around in Season 5, but I didn't know his origins was in Season 3.
It's been a long time. Actually, wasn't Zorn around even from Season 1?
I actually don't remember.
I feel like Zorn has been around since Season 1.
Season 1, I was still like a general audience, walking through the malls and reminiscing an Air Agent Cyan.
I don't think I even existed.
I'm pretty sure you did. You just weren't.
I wouldn't know. My memory doesn't go back that far.
But it was like the Air Agent Cyan, like Solos, Penjahat, Hawkeye era, and every time they play under Cyan, Reborn, I think the initial name was, that was the only time malls get filled up. It was actually crazy. And then they became AERO Science because AERO picked them up. And there was long history, different times.
Look at MPL now. Look at this.
We went from malls to this.
We got drums over there. That's cool. That's been around a while as well.
Asian mall policy doesn't allow drums. So we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Well, we have come a long way. And all these teams have as well ever since the start of Season 15. Upper bracket finals, grand finals on the line, MSC ticket on the line. SRG OG 1 game up. HomeBois do need to adjust their playstyle, I think. It's not a draft issue.
Yeah, I agree.
It actually is an approach problem.
And is it possible for us to draw parallels between the earlier topics, right? AERO, looking at how AERO approaches SRG and how HomeBois approach SRG. Is that, again, the main focus in this matchup that's making HomeBois fall behind just by a little bit?
Yes, actually, because AERO Esports, I think, is a little more flexible overall. The way that they play the game is different from HomeBois in that they're not wholly reliant on team fighting or any particular style of gameplay. If they need to do something, they will find an angle to do so. Zekiv on the same hero is going to approach the same fight in multiple different ways, but I feel like HomeBois will always try to go for that one particular style that works best for them, and that is a problem when you're up against a team like SRG OG.
And funnily enough, the playoffs is actually today is the first time that we see HomeBois really get pushed to the edge, right? Previously in the regular season, sure, DXS took 1 game from them, MV took 1 game, they got swept by SRG OG, but aside from that, HomeBois looked incredibly dominant. But today, they went a full series against DXS. Some were dominating. Right now, SRG OG swept them in game 1. Let's see how much further can HomeBois be pushed.
Yeah, I think HomeBois probably need a little bit of time. SRG OG gonna take a moment as well. We're gonna go on a short break and we will be right back with game 2. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ 力を貸してくれ よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな 湧いてくる 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Yo, hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Coba, try, taste, 100 plus zero. Hey.
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっ！さよなら！
Jiwa に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal.
The festivities return, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, everyone, for being patient with us. We are going to be resuming with Game 2 of the upper bracket finals very, very soon. And I, for one, am very excited to see what will happen. Can HomeBois figure out what needs to be changed?
Yeah, both teams have had some extra time given the circumstances. That means more planning, more time to deliberate on what went wrong, on the what ifs. I want to see HomeBois bounce back, and nothing stays more than the night is still young with all the echoes behind us. I'm not sure if it's captured in this. No, it's actually not captured in this shot, but on that side where the SRG camp is, that the Ultras are at, the HomeBois, the Flame Boys are also joining in this big huddle. We did the Viking clap just now live here as well. So if you are not a Stadium Jara, you are missing out just a little bit, but the games continue to be good.
The atmosphere here really is something different, and it's because of the fans and all of you watching at home that we are able to enjoy the festivities here in such a way. Both nations coexisting in harmony here as both sides of the fan base are coming together to have a great time and just enjoy some really, really good MLBB. We're going to be jumping into Game 2 very, very soon. But on a personal level, Husky, is there anything you want to see?
I want to see HomeBois continue to push SRG OG a bit more, right? They've already done more than what we saw in the regular season, which was close to none. So I want to see them push the envelope, right? Like we went through, polish a bit on some of their movements. They were forcing some moves in Game 1. I think polish on that, know when to reel back. And I think from that, it would give them a clearer idea on how to deal with SRG OG, because they did have a direction, but it's the tunnel visioning that leads them down the wrong path.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think HomeBois does have the skills necessary to put up a strong fight against SRG OG. They already did manage to push them somewhat in the earlier stages of Game 1, but they were not able to maintain that composure going through towards the end game. HomeBois still has very little international experience as a lineup, and many of these players have not had many chances to go up on the big stage as well. So I think it can be attributed to that somewhat when you compare it to SRG OG, who has achieved accolades across the international scene.
Yeah, and I think to a certain degree in MPL MY, we still are somewhat stuck in a phase where we are discussing about mental state in long series, right? In series where teams start taking a beat down, some of them cannot move on. I don't think HomeBois is the case. They are one of the rare few cases of teams that can recover from a bad start. But generally, we've seen examples such as Monster Vicious, right? Monster Vicious, we've seen DXS, we've even seen Team Vamos this season go down that road. So in this case, we are seeing the best of the best teams that don't crumble under pressure, and it really comes down to the battle of the wits. Who makes the battle shot calls when the chips are down? And so far, HomeBois are the ones that are lagging behind.
Homeboys gotta be able to lock in those decisions, gotta be able to make them on the fly, and they gotta be really smart with it in the draft as well. So let's have a look at what both coaches are gonna be cooking up. Looks like they've switched sides for game 2. Homeboys have first pick.
First pick and a first ban on the Lucas, which was completely ignored by both SRG OG the entire day, even against AERO, that this hero was untouched. So this Lucas ban, I'm not sure if how much it indicates, it hints at a potential Suyo being revealed, because that has always been one of the more common matchup that Lucas loves to take on. We've seen, I think, Hazel himself use the Lucas during the play-ins against the Vamos. So there's already some deviation for Homeboy's side of the ban, but for SRG OG, it's still the same Fanny Baxia.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this Lucas being banned out. Skies has played it this season, but I only think he's brought it out like once or twice.
It was against Hazel, right?
Ah, yes. So, and it was also completely ignored in game 1 as far as I recall. So it's a very strange shift, especially since this isn't really a hero that particularly counters anyone, but it is very annoying to play against.
There has been this point of discussion at one point. I think also it also stemmed from the loss in the regular season to SRG OG, where there are some worries that maybe Coach Erpang might think too deep into the draft, right? The overthinking might cause them to deviate from the original plan, especially when they get caught off guard or they suffer a defeat that really felt like it should have been closer, like that game 1. I don't mind the shift in paradigm in what Homeboys is trying to bring. I just hope that whatever they are going to bring to the table can push SRG a bit further than game 1.
I mean, throughout this entire season, we've sent a lot of praises towards the coaching staff of the Homeboys. Coach Erpang and Jesvin have gotten Coaching Staff of the Week multiple weeks in a row, and that was well deserved. They have some of the smartest drafting, they are willing to think ahead, and they are capable of manipulating other teams into drafting the way they want to. But when you're used to being the one in control like that, you may not have a lot of experience dealing with it the other way around. Coach Arcadia has a lot of experience doing this, and you're right, Husky, I do worry if overthinking may end up being an issue for them.
With the Kalea banned out this time, Coach Erpang, let's see what's up on the table. I mean, Dusin has, at least back then, it's a first pick commodity. It's not really the case right now. The Phovis is open, but very less teams go for open Phovis pick 2. Padang is up on the table. They could consider that as a potential flex like they did in game number 1. It was kind of picked up in, I believe, Red Tree. Red Tree. See if they want to go down that route. The Harry Whistle is still up, but Harry hasn't really been first pick commodities. Wow. They go for Fredrin. Last time we saw this, I think the Fredrin ended up being in Vel's hand. So we'll see. Fredrin Matilda is always a possible combination.
Fredrin first pick is pretty unusual. It's not the first time it's happened this season, but it is still a very rare occasion. And I agree with you, if Homeboys are revealing this early, there is a higher chance it might end up going to Vel in the end as a way to maybe trick SRG OG, but I don't really feel like they'll fall for that sort of thing. Once you see this hero, especially coming out of Homeboys, you're already going to be considering both possibilities.
There's 1-1, that 1-1 is an open option on that red side. There is also heroes that I think the heroes that, aside from 1-1, heroes that can stop the Fredrin, right? Franco is also one of the more popular picks in the local league, although that is more like a Red Tree and beyond pick. So I do wonder if the SRG is going to reveal that early 1-1 on Red 1 and 2, which is a possibility. We actually have a Type 1 issue once more in the picks and bans phase, I believe, stemming from SRG OG side. Hopefully we get this on the way. I'm sure that the bans aren't going to change.
Seems like we're running into some unfortunate hiccups here. Perhaps Innocent's plays were so good in game 1 that even the MPL arena itself couldn't handle it.
They weren't ready for him. they weren't ready. Innocent shattered the Matrix.
Oh man.
Funny enough, it is on SRG OG's side, so maybe it is Innocent.
Maybe it is. Hopefully Innocent didn't spill another drink. Maybe that is actually the lucky charm now. Doesn't look like it. No, seems pretty dry over there.
Last time we had a player needing to pay for anything technical in MPL MY was season 13, where Uryu did a mic drop.
Yes.
And then he was presented with, with an invoice during the award ceremony, and then he casually just flexed a stack of dough to pay for it. That was the last time we ever had something like that.
That definitely exuded aura right there. I feel like we haven't had that in a long time, you know?
No, we haven't. It's hard to top it, right? Like, remember his, what do they call it? His declaration on stage.
His speeches, his very passionate statements on stage have never been beaten.
Yes, shout out to the fallen RSG Empire. The Outer Egos, those were also one of his big targets.
Moment of silence to all the fallen out there.
Aku terbang dengan HomeBois. They didn't make it quite far, you know, considering the first season. At least his first season.
They definitely did.
Good old time.
So much has happened.
So much has happened.
And yet, it doesn't feel all that long ago either. Hopefully the issues won't continue for too much longer. At the very least, again, it's happening before the game actually starts, so...
Yeah, not like during a Lord fight or base push. We've had our fair share of that in previous seasons. Wasn't pretty.
You never want to be in that position. I think anyone who... Actually, no, this is not a well-permeated issue because we don't usually get to pause the game.
Yeah, we don't usually get to pause the game.
I was about to say like, oh, anyone who has paused the game before knows, and then I
realized, the luxury.
Oh, we don't do that here.
we just lag out and then we pray.
Or we just AFK.
We just AFK.
Or we just, you know, leave.
I have this story where I was incredibly sleepy, but I decided to jump into a ranked game. And I fell asleep after picking my hero. I actually dozed off. I came back and the AI played my hero for 2 minutes. I won the game though.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the AI that takes over for you when you're AFK in a game is actually good.
Yeah, so calling your teammates bot is an insult to the technology itself.
I still remember, this was a long time ago too. This was not even a recent thing. The AI has been pretty good for a while. There was once when I was streaming and one of my viewers picked Cho. He was actually playing Cho Roam. And then because his internet died out, he basically left the game, right? He was not there anymore. So the AI took over and this AI played Cho actually good. Even more so, he was shot calling.
The Cho was shot calling?
The AI was like sending messages like attack, retreat, and he was emoting. And I was like, oh my god, this AI plays Cho better than me.
That's why sometimes I feel like, you know, if you run into bad teammates and you start calling them, you know, AIs, it doesn't do the AI justice, because I'm pretty sure the AI is more developed. Okay, wake up, Izanami. Come on, you got a game to play.
I mean, if we're still resolving some technical issues, may as well get some rest where you can.
Power nap, Val falling asleep too.
HomeBois did not get a lot of chance to rest after their match.
They didn't get to go back. SRG OG did, or at least that's what they say. This does wear you out though. I think as a player, right, just from a player's perspective, right, these kind of long delays, it starts to take a toll on you, right? It drains that momentum and it starts wearing on your psyche in a certain degree. This could be the make or break, right? It could be the turning point of SRG losing that drive, that fire, and HomeBois making a comeback.
I was wondering what that said, but he did not manage to get tickets to the finals, and that is very unfortunate.
Commiserations, my friend, but you tried.
They sold out so fast.
Yeah, it's so fast.
I wonder how the Phase 2 Day 1 tickets are going.
And I imagine that we would have a lot more seats for the Grand Finals, and the fact that they sold out that fast.
Insane.
I can't wait to go defecate.
I mean, we all know. We know how important this Grand Finals is going to be. While it's no longer a battle for the MSE stage like it used to be when we only had the one slot, it's still a very important occasion to see whether or not SRG OG might become three-peat if they make it, or a new team might rise to take their place. It's going to be a very memorable time.
Yeah, one of the bigger, hold on, you got the ticket? Yes, to the Grand Finals. You are one of the lucky ones.
Gotta be careful if you're showing your ticket as well.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure to cover that QR code.
You gotta be like the guy earlier on before the break who actually did a great doodling job of covering the important info. So anyone, if you want to get your tickets from that abang, you could screenshot that. Maybe you work something out of it. Please don't do it. It's
I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to try and get the information from that one. It looks like we might be running into some unfortunate issues here, so
oh boy,
please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We will definitely make sure to get going as soon as possible.
Yeah, meanwhile we can see the crowd is still very, what do you say, motivated, right? Motivated or
very energetic.
Very energetic, you know. I'm pretty sure some of them were here in the morning for SRG OG against AERO. Probably went out to grab lunch. Or they could have stayed for the whole day, who knows?
You know, there were viewers from the HomeBois DXS match who right after the match ended straight away went to line up outside. And that was like over an hour.
We had like
this match.
We had 1.5 hour worth of break time, if I remember correctly.
They were literally standing out there waiting in line for the next match to start, and it was still like over an hour away. So to all the fans who are so dedicated and who are so good at just viewing, at igniting the atmosphere, at making MPL MY just a great place to be. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. Looks like we are back in the draft.
Ah, there it is, the 1-1 which we talked about, but also the Phobias, which was banned out in game number 1, I believe, by Coach Erpang. And remember, Cram's Phobias has been a force of nature to be reckoned with. Literally, the amount of times that he has saved SRG OG in dire situations, I've lost count.
When Cram is playing this hero, it is not just a difficult body to remove from the map. He is going to find opportunities to flicker in Dark Wave, get a multi-person knockup.
Oh boy.
But there is the Angela. HomeBois had specifically been banning Angela in every draft against DXS, and we didn't know why. Now we do. Apparently, they themselves put a lot of respect on the hero.
I have a feeling this is an Izanami Angela. I hope not, but then it will be Ivan Angela.
I think it's Izanami.
Yeah, most likely Izanami Angela. And a throwback to season 11, season 12, even earlier. But now it begs the question, right? Is this a pivot that HomeBois have prepped? Or is it a pivot because they started thinking in way between the lines?
No, I get the feeling this is something they were intending to play at some point, because that's the only thing that would explain them banning it so consistently when DXS has never played the hero before. They're just respectful of it, because they probably have played it, they've trained with it, they've tried it, and they think that it is strong. I can see that it could be strong, and it works very well with both Redrin and Iritel. Can deny any potential kills chaining off of Crossbow of Tang with all that extra HP bar. SRG OG not really shifting the game plan though, they still go for their Suyo.
Yeah, they saw Lucas get banned out, they realized that the matchup, there's no more joy in the pool. Suyo next on the line. At least compared to a Hayabusa, you have a lot more consistent damage, right? Dealing with Angela +1. So now it's time to hammer down on Amal's hero pool, Bandaling.
So usually the best way to deal with an Angela composition is to pick hard single target lockdown like Cho or the Franco, so that when the hard guard comes out, you can just lock down the person and getting hard guarded, and you're basically CCing 2 players on the enemy team at once, but you're still going to need enough damage to actually melt through the shield.
Thinking of something like Farsa, right? Burst Mage's Farsa is the first that comes to mind. Cho, Franco, still the great pick-off heroes as well. Speak of the devil, Franco's banned out.
Wouldn't be surprised if they banned out the Cho as well. These are the most obvious heroes for dealing with an Angela. And I don't really know what else SRG OG would bring out if they get rid of the Cho too.
What are the odds we see a Kaja?
It's been a long time, but...
I mean, there's Jawhead too. I know that there's always that fallback option of a Tigreal, but we've seen how Tigreal is just there's just so little margins of error for error.
It's a bad season for Tigreal.
It's a bad season.
And it's very sad because I love Tigreal, but watching these players try to make the hero work has been a lot of suffering that you do not wish upon anyone. Lo Yi gonna get banned instead.
I don't know, I think there are things worse than not being able to play Tigreal effectively. Like for example, if you play Natalia Roam with Execute, or Uranus with Revitalize.
I don't think I would like you very much if you did that in my game.
Or like Argus Inspire, you know, Sun with Petrify. There are worse things than getting a bad Tigreal game.
Funny thing is, some of those actually work in pubs, so I don't feel like we should call them out too much. I do kind of wish SRG didn't reveal Suyo so early so that we could think about the possibility of a Yin.
Oh man. So if someone gets hard guarded and you kidnap the hard guarded person, Angela pops out, right?
Yes. They do go for Jawhead. I don't know, I don't feel like Jawhead is good enough. Like, you throw them back at your team when they're hard guarded is not really a good idea.
I suppose, yeah, I can see where you're coming from for sure. It's just like I mean, if you want burst damage again, Farsa, Novaria, Vexana, the Juicin is up on the table, right? Izanami, if he's on the Angela, mid laner is going. There's a plethora of choices for Stormy too.
You ideally want a mid lane hero that will naturally build into the Scorching Wand?
The Glowing Wand.
Glowing Wand. Suddenly I couldn't remember the first word. I was like, Scorching's not correct.
Scorching Wand is a cool name though. It does have a burn. So that's the Edith we've been talking about. And wait a minute. It is gonna be Ivan, Angela.
Huh. Didn't see that coming. Izanami Angela has been a thing in MPL MY since way back when, but looks like they are gonna be delegating that role to Ivan instead. They do already have Vel and Amal to do the frontline catching, so I guess why not?
Now the question for SRG OG is, just judging by HomeBois' draft, this is a draft that kind of fits the criteria of what it takes to get a head start over SRG, right? That early presence and prowess. SRG's answer is the Valentina.
Oh, alright. We have a heart guard too.
Yay!
Why not? Everyone, you have a heart guard. You have a heart guard. Everyone has a heart guard. HomeBois has a complete lineup. Almost every hero on this composition works well with Angela, and it can get them set up for a pretty solid mid-game overall. I think SRG OG has a lineup that's a little bit more conditional though, a little more difficult to execute.
Which ultimate do you steal? Do you always go for the hard guard? I mean, Primal Wrath looks pretty juicy, Crimson Beacon. Plenty of choices on the table for Stormy. It's up to that situational awareness to see what Stormy decides to go for, because SRG OG are up one game. One more game will put them literally a half an hour mark away from potentially going to Ria as we hop into game 2.
Let's see if they can do it. Can they create an even larger lead for themselves as the defending champions of MPL MY? Or will the HomeBois heart guard their way to victory? Let's find out in the land of Dawn.
Not just using the heart guard to protect teammates, but also guard the hearts of the Flame Boys, who have been with HomeBois rebuilding phase for a full season. They were there at their lowest, and they were there, and now they are here when HomeBois are at the peak of that restoration. Of course, some love taps mid lane. Very smart way to keep Stormy away and just freeze the lane. Gonna start missing out some minions too.
Looking at Stormy, went for Impure Rage alongside the Penetration Emblem. So I feel like there is a good possibility that he's actually gonna go for Primal Wrath a lot more often. The first item will tell us whether or not that is the main goal, because we have seen Valentina's build Starlium Scythe and just steal the Edith ult the entire game.
Oh yeah. And it's so easy to proc too, right? Any Shadow Strike, any dashes into a sneaky auto attack in between, the true damage, that extra hybrid magic vamp. Let's keep you topped up. On top of your passive, use the Flicker, Ejector Toss, and Malkill surrendered. First blood for Innocent.
I had a feeling this was going to happen when I saw that Jawhead. It's not very good against the Angela when hard guard's available, so what do? You play faster than that. Amal?
trying to keep Sakai's under control for the Lantern Flash stacks, but not enough. So Sakai's gets away. And with Innocent winning out that lane, that is already a great start for SRG.
Really, really good start. Iritel ordinarily should be able to hold the lane just fine against a 1-1, but with Yume's intervention, that dynamic has instantly been flipped. And this is how you would play a jaw hit into an Angela comp. You have more pressure and mobility on the map, so you use that to create pressure.
Up on the string into a Lantern Lift. Stormy really wants to save the flicker, but does not have a choice. Forced to use it. Cram and the rest of SRG OG power on the Amao as he goes down.
Innocent! Gonna get picked off in a 1v1? That's an unusual mistake.
Yeah, even forced out the Inspire, right? No crossbow tank for Innocent. Now the turtle fight breaks up. Flicker, left, right, and center. Izanami tries to disengage. An ejector from you trying to facilitate Cram, but Bell takes out Stormy. The guy ends up getting the turtle for himself. Now they get the Dark Wave pull into Bell. Primal Wrath finally unleash unstoppable force from Yunes for the collection as HomeBois wants to keep the fight rolling, and Cram gladly takes on the challenge. He loves those on. Ivan is the next one. Jumps on the Amao. The guys now follow through with the Blasters, and Amao is in no man's land, and he does not want to go down because he just came back.
Well, that was a long exchange right there. It started out pretty good with the initial gank from SRG OG. I thought that it was a mistake for HomeBois to try and contest the turtle when Amal was still there, but I think they were trying to buy time for him to revive and come back. And even though they did lose the turtle for it, they actually got a pretty alright trade, all things considered. So I think the board is actually kind of even.
I agree. And the earlier kills that SRG OG got were under the condition that there were no hard guard. But that changes from this moment onward. Ivan has access to his ultimate, that extra shooting, and Q is going to be a big problem for SRG OG until those big burst damage or healing reductions come true.
I'm still worried though. A Angela roam means giving up a lot of potential rotation pressure. If Cram is able to keep Vel in the lane, HomeBois doesn't have a lot of good ways of reliably starting a fight, and that's something that SRG OG could abuse. But it all comes down to how much itemization Ivan is able to get in. If the hard guard becomes tankier, it becomes more difficult for SRG.
And I do like the fact that Cram is making sure that the wave is going to be pushed towards him, and that's why HomeBois pulled the trigger on him. Puppet on the string into a couple of knockouts. Cram jumps towards Ivan, and now finds a way to disengage. His flicker is back up in 10 seconds, and that's more than enough time for Cram to stall it out.
I think that's totally fine right there. Neither side is going to be heavily committing there, because it's highly unlikely either side is going to be getting that kill. I think HomeBois were just hoping to be able to zone Cram out before the turtle started, and they weren't able to do that, so he is here to fight.
They are utilizing Ivan to make some macro plays, right? Push the wave in, crash it in the bot lane. So Cram makes the first move, and the ejector into a toss. Amao gets the help of the hard guards. The guys now will have to wait for its cooldowns, but Amao dangerously low, doesn't want to be there anymore. Bell wants to get a kill with the help of Amao, and MelQT will do just that. 2 dead on the side of SRG OG. So guys, next on the list, Izanami flickers, finds the lift, and Ivan follows up. Izanami falls. So guys, survive death.
Even though guys survived though, that's actually quite a big win for the HomeBois. SRG OG tried to jump the gun, they tried to engage on Amal when the rest of them weren't in position to defend him, and it actually was a really good gap in the armor they were able to find, but the hard guard kept him topped up just enough to barely survive. And because of that, SRG OG actually overcommitted a little bit to try and keep the fight going. The board state will reset though, both junglers still alive.
Blast into the Oasis up for Ivan. Still is waiting for his hard guard to come back up online, but SRG OG will decide to not contest his turtle. HomeBois can have it. Innocent with the Wind Talker. So guys getting the pot tier 1. End of the day, just like clockwork from game 1, SRG OG, they give something up, but they trade it back.
Even though they ended up throwing a lot more bodies than I think they would have liked initially, they are still holding on to a very slight goal lead. And there's just something about SRG OG, even though the goal lead is not very big, it's very scary.
Jules finds a big toss on the Amao, but the hard guard is going to come through right now from Ivan. A big taunt on the UMT is going to go down. The bodies now have to set up for Sakai's and Innocent to go for success, and they find a target with the crossbow tank. Izanami is no more. Innocent now will just hop left, right, and center. He is just styling on the HomeBois. 2 dead, 3 dead for the HomeBois.
I'm now realizing that this composition was drafted specifically to keep the hard guard target CC'd long enough for the crossbow of Tang to come out, which is even easier since most of the time it's going to be this Fredrin, which not 1-1 will normally dance circles around anyway. Getting that crossbow of Tang out, bouncing to 3 targets is massive for SRG OG, and all of a sudden that gold lead we were talking about has tripled. A lot of it on Skies specifically, since HomeBois is relying on Amal to open up the map.
It's almost the same archetype, the same approach from SRG OG that we saw when they took on AERO Esports, who were big fans of tanky XP laners like a Tigreal or a Hylos, right? You have a setup hero for Yums like a Cho and a Jawhead. You get the target right in front of Innocent, he goes to work, unlocks the weakness points, and then he soars.
This time Innocent doesn't need to save the team. SRG OG have been in the lead the entire time, and if they're able to continue this trend forward, it is trouble for the HomeBois.
Oh no, Amal didn't really want to be there. The hard guard got to come through right now. Ivan's contemplating, but decides that it's not worth this. So Amal ends up being sacrificed. It doesn't even pop the Inspire, but the rest of HomeBois disengaged.
I call bias. That Cyclone Eye was working for SRG OG. Amal dashed into the Tri-Brush and instantly regretted his decision. SRG OG were waiting for him, and a free kill on the jungle means instant control and probably a free Lord.
Right on time too, the 8-minute mark. Yums is going to spot out the approach of Vel and Izanami, and it's not even a contest. Lord number 1 going down to the red side team.
This is now starting to be a problem. When you draft a composition like this from the HomeBois, you really need early mid control, and they do not have that. None of it, in fact. Their late game scaling is not quite able to match up to SRG OG, and the longer this game goes, the scarier it becomes. The final chance for HomeBois to actually turn this around is probably just in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
I agree. I think the window has definitely shortened. Just based off of the amount of events that HomeBois have found success, the solo kill from MelQT on the Innocent and the first turtle fight, that's pretty much it. Afterwards, these hard guards haven't really converted to much. At most, it's an even trade. And SRG OG, they're setting up double waves on all 3 lanes.
Top tower will fall. HomeBois already having to play very defensively. This is the risk of having an Angela. You don't have as many heroes that can stand in front as you think, and even the tankier ones will melt instantly to SRG OG now. The hard guard is literally a non-factor. SRG do not care about it at the stage they're in. And Lord gonna be taking yet another tower from the HomeBois.
Which is why I was wondering if it was the right call to put Ivan on the Angela, right? I think in this case, I much rather Izanami be on the Angela, Starling side for Stormy, a conceal from SRG OG. Just to push HomeBois back, the Lord successfully crashing on the bottom inhibitor. No structures would fall for HomeBois just yet, but SRG OG looking at a 6.6k goal advantage at 10 minutes.
They already managed to bait out some resources from the HomeBois, including that Primal Wrap. So SRG OG are just waiting for a chance to start doing more damage. With Starlium Scythe now as well, Stormy will actually be another source of magic DPS that HomeBois have to be afraid of. Yums just needs to... Oh!
Yeah, it's gonna flicker in for the catch. That's MelQT! That is the guy that should not go down, and yet SRG OG just surgical precision with their execution. 2 down on HomeBois, and now damage is going to be permanent on the base.
Man, when you're trying to approach a stray animal, you know how you have to slowly let it get used to you being there?
Well, I don't think they can ever get used to Innocent being up in the air. It actually destroys the crossbow. Tang and Cramp ends up going down. But still, that's the second inhibitor of HomeBois being destroyed.
So resuming that metaphor,
they were trying to wrangle in MelQT.
No, the Yums was basically letting HomeBois get used to him standing in front. And then when they drop their guard, flicker in, throw out literally the most important member. Doesn't even care if he dies for it because he already got what he wanted. It's now an 8k net worth lead for SRG OG. Looking at the itemization, Innocent has 5 items in, not including shoes, by the way. Even has the first component of the Rose Gold Meteor, so it's even more difficult to get rid of him. The the small window that I said HomeBois could maybe turn this around, I think it's officially closed. I don't think they're coming back from this one.
Yeah, I think Yums ejected that out of the window for sure. BOD for Sakai, he is so rich. Become unstoppable force and attempted Earth Shadow to cancel the toss, but still it comes through anyways. Aimao goes down. They commit the hard guard on the MLQT because he is the only one that can bring them back, and he's doing so good, so well, so far, but not good enough. Double kill for Sakai as Ivan ends up going down, and now Innocent has liberty to fly up into the air for a double kill. 4 down on HomeBois, and Izanami to stare down the inevitable defeat of HomeBois in game number 2. A couple of slashes to the face, a monster kill streak for Sakai, and SRG OG Esports are just 1 game away from the ticket back to Riyadh.
HomeBois is once again dispatched, and for SRG OG, it's as casual as taking an evening stroll down the streets of their neighborhood. No issues at all. The secret strategy, the Angela that brought out so much respect from the HomeBois, denied in an instant through smart drafting and a gameplay approach. Like you said, Husky, 1 more game is all that separates SRG OG from the Grand Finals and MSC.
And our HomeBois really down in a pinch, backs against the wall. Last time it was an 0-2 defeat and they accepted it with grace. They admitted that it was an oversight on their end, but this one, I don't think it's an oversight. I think it could be overthinking to a certain degree, a bit of tunnel visioning from the side of the HomeBois to funnel into a strat that is so reliant on multiple angles of success in the first 8 minutes, and once that didn't happen, everything fell apart.
I feel like it's the same issue I talked about initially. This team is too focused on a particular playstyle, and the Angela is very good for that playstyle, right? You want to play similar to Ube, basically stick together quite a lot. You've drafted an EXP laner that's meant to help catch. You have the Fredrin to form the front line so that your DPS can go to work, but SRG OG sees the recipe, and they've already done it before. They know how to overcome the odds, and once again, Innocent is our MVP.
Fly high, my prince. You're gonna stay up there for a very long time. The hawk always eyes its prey, and so far, this guy has only been the predator. I don't even think there were moments where he felt vulnerable, and this time as the 1-1-5-1-7. Completely uncontested, aside from that solo kill in that gold lane itself, but other than that, flawless game.
906 GPM, only a single death, and that was earlier in the game before Innocent was really even an issue to worry about. 80% kill participation on the 1-1. This is not a hero that's supposed to be able to join fights very early on, but Yums coming to gank his lane right at the beginning and then using that momentum to continue snowballing their main carry. SRG OG already had this game figured out.
Even from the get-go, right? They were theory crafting a little bit. This first pick Fredrin into an Angela reveal in the next sequence. For SRG OG, we kind of were on the money, right? We say that HomeBois wanted to ban out cash heroes because that's what SRG OG is looking for. Franco, Cho both got caught out. But then that jaw hit came true, and it was just enough for SRG OG to get a snowball rolling.
Manning out the Cho and Franco obviously makes a lot of sense. It's a very smart choice to do that, and I think it was actually perfectly fine for HomeBois to leave Jawhead open, but they have to be aware that picking up this hero means SRG OG has a plan for it, and that plan is to kick things into high gear right from minute 1. And HomeBois were not prepared for that. They were just trying to play it slow for that Angela level 4 to use to contest the turtle. But when they already lost that initial advantage to play for, they became less and less relevant.
We saw so much investment into just keeping Stormy at bay, right? Forcing him to really back off, lose the wave, not reach level 4 on time. But it ended up backfiring because at the end of the day, all that commitment amounted to nothing when SRG OG were getting early kills before Ivan hit level 4. And even when he did hit level 4, he only found minor degrees of success in like what, the 4th minute. And after that, SRG OG didn't even consider this Angela to be a thing.
You can hard guard all you want. We're just going to completely disembowel you regardless. In fact, it's just only going to prolong your suffering. That's the situation we are looking at here. SRG OG were so unfazed by the Angela that the Suyo lock-in was instant. It almost made you wonder, huh? Did they see this hero? Huh? Did they think about it properly? They did. They're used to this. Yeah. This Suyo melted Amal so fast, even with hard guard.
It was a buy one free one for sure. And I think on top of that is also, wow, Amal, you sure have a lot of missing health. This is exactly what my Soul Sever likes. So,
ooh. It is, actually thinking about it, it's pretty interesting because Tap Soul Sever is basically the opposite of Appraiser's Wrath.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. And he has War Axe, so true damage.
Amal died so fast, he actually could not Appraiser's Wrath.
Yeah, poor.
I don't feel like we saw him ult like once.
I don't remember either. I don't think he even had time to get enough energy points.
Yeah. Man, SRG OG are so oppressive every time. Just looking at the stats here even, Cram did almost as much damage as Izanami, which was the highest DPS output from the side of the HomeBois. MelQT couldn't do anything. He already got ganked in lane. Every time he joined the fight, it was already over. I feel like he needed to play a little bit more safely, but unfortunately, Iritel isn't the type of marksman that can really start pushing the map the same way Moskov does, so he has to join, and well, that just doesn't end well.
Yeah, I think HomeBois also felt that the window is closing faster than they anticipated, and it's a Hail Mary attempt, right? If we don't try to force something and we just let SRG OG take control, we might never bounce back. And they took their chances, and just like game one, certain gambits just ended up not benefiting them. And like you said, Sadafa, they didn't need Innocent to clutch it out this time. SRG OG were in full control from the get-go.
SRG just needed to play the game exactly the way the draft was designed to do, and there was nothing HomeBois could do to counter it because they had committed all their pieces to this strategy. They put all their eggs in one basket. And when someone breaks a hole in that basket, all your eggs fall out. And then you have no eggs and you have no chance of winning.
I do feel like it could also be a couple of, I think, the lack of situational awareness. Maybe, HomeBois getting slightly sloppy with those earlier decisions as well. For example, MelQT getting into a trade with Innocent, who had Inspire. He pops a spin, but yet he's hard shoving waves when they had no idea what use was. And this was probably the last semblance of potential we saw from HomeBois. And right after this, there was just nothing left.
That was the last play that they could actually do something with. After that, they're positioned aggressively, but they're not respecting the potential crossbow of Tang. This is the fight that got things started and basically set the fate of HomeBois in stone only 6 minutes in. You gave Innocent a double kill. 3-1 on this 1-1 before the game even gets going. The timing, the eye for opportunity. You can really see why SRG OG has been so consistent.
It's a massive difference, a massive contrast from game one where HomeBois, they put up a very good fight. They pushed SRG to the edge of a cliff, and SRG OG were just able to do a turnaround in the end. But game two was a complete blowout where SRG OG felt like they didn't even need to break a sweat. And it goes back to the same question. How else can HomeBois push SRG OG? And if there is a way, where does HomeBois start?
When we were watching the HomeBois versus DXS matchup, I feel like the team that was able to pick up more independent heroes ended up having more of an advantage because it just gave them more resources, more room to play around. I think they just gotta go to that, right? Just draft heroes that are able to push the map, maybe take fights on their own without needing to rely too heavily on having the numbers advantage because you're not getting enough out of that.
Yeah, just like there is a bit of a shadow, a husk of game one, but even more reliant on that early game execution, right? Game one, at least we have something like a Benedetta, but game two, Evangela, it's just very tough to pull off.
It is rough. It is a rough one. There is a lot that needs to be worked on, but looks like we have... Oh!
Wow.
Wow, really?
2 seasons in a row, they go 7 games.
Man, MPL PH, they are actually just too scary over there. It is a full 7-game series happening at the Grand Finals. For those of you who don't actually know, the MPL Philippines Grand Finals is happening right now, actually, at the same time as we are.
Yep.
So in between games over here, you can actually go and check out what's happening over there, and I think it is definitely worth it at this point, since they're going to a full series.
Yeah, I caught a glimpse of one of the KTL at PH1. It was a Sanji Loi diversion, push down mid lane, backdoor play.
Very, very scary. Well, for now, we have a fun little video for you guys to check out, so have a look at this.
So today, I'm going to put the player on the list. So kita ada ZQ kat sini, Kodak player. I love Kodak player.
B. So saya akan letak saya di F. Rookie kena duduk bawah-bawah aje.
Disebabkan saya baru lawan dia, saya tahu guys, kemampuan dia sebenarnya berada dekat sini guys. Dia antara yang gempak. Tapi dia tak boleh dekat sini. Sebab apa? Sebab ada dia. Ni, nampak tak muka dia ni? Ivan ni sekarang. Ivan ni, sini S. Memang power. Ni semua yang power
So next, kita ada Van Strong from Indo. So say less. S. Van Strong super good.
Saya letak dia di S. Dia seorang Roma yang bagus.
Nova Escobar, okey lah. Sama dengan Zaki.
Nova ni dulu senior saya waktu saya dekat MVP 2. So saya akan letak dia di B.
Hazelnut. Aduh, kesian tu. F ke? Boleh. Aku kena jaga hati orang guys. So kita letak dia sini lah. Seburuk-buruk mana pun korang guys, korang takkan berada dekat sini.
Okay.
It's just, orang kata apa? Bad day. Bad day untuk Hazelnut.
From Toda also, Lone. Macam biasa. F.
Ni pun senior saya masa dekat Todak dulu. Okay. Next kita ada Rasi. Pengganti saya. Dia pun
Rasi, dia Sol. Okey lah, B lah.
Wish. Mak king of taunting kita. Tak nak, kita tak suka dia. Kita tak C.
A few moments later.
Okay. B. Sebab dia player yang berpengalaman.
Saya tak cakap banyak. Jadi tak sebelah dia.
Idola saya di MPL MY S15 guys. Yums. S. Saya belajar main roam dengan dia. So siapa yang nak pandai main roam, ini orangnya.
Yumki. Penat. Aku penat jumpa dia. Tak tahulah nak letak mana. Maybe dekat sini kot Yum. Nampak tak? Kau bukan berada dekat S Yum. Dekat aku, mata aku kan. Ni. Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali, babe.
Oi. Zod. Korang tahu kan? Best Roma.
Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali.
Idola saya juga. Saya main tank pun belajar daripada dia. Tapi saya letak dia dekat A.
Orang lain takkan naikkan kita kan. Kita kena naikkan nama sendiri guys. Orang lain akan letak aku kat
Best Roma.
Tapi aku kena letak aku dekat sini. No matter what. 15 season duk main MPL. Weh. 15 season. Belagak.
So kita ada Virgie kan? Virgie right? C. Sorry ya Virgie ya.
Virgie kita letak sebelah sini. Kacau Mel tu.
Ni siapa ni? Tak kenal tu. Tapi dia daripada tim Ray dekat sini. Okay, last. Kita ada last 2 guys. Magma dengan Nova. Kenapa muka korang sama?
Dan yang terakhir, tak ada Magma. Magma saya tak sini. Okay.
Aku letak dia dekat A. Sebab dia tahu baksa dulu daripada aku guys.
Magma. C. Why Magma C? Why no? I'm the one who rate or you're the one?
Dan last kali Nova Escobar. Disebabkan kau kalah lawan aku Nova, tapi kau power juga. Kau lama main. Aku letak kau B lah. Sorang-sorang boleh. So ni guys, antara list yang saya punya tier lah tier. Korang jangan kecam pula. Sekali aku lah aku punya tier bukan tier korang kan. Okay? Enjoy.
Ya, dah bye-bye. Saya nak kena training lagi.
Our roamers certainly are characters, all right.
We have Yums the troll, Zorn the recall guy, recall king. What was the other? Zkif, right?
Yeah, ZQ.
Almost forgot his name. Ziki the rookie, but doesn't play like a rookie.
ZQ deserves so much respect, man. I am so impressed by what he's been able to do. So it's good, you know, and he learns from both Yums and Zorn. They are the goats of Rome here in MPL Malaysia. unfortunately, Zorn no longer continuing his journey here in MPL for this season. Yums, though, still, as ever, one of the biggest threats.
Yeah, which is pretty, in of itself, a big achievement. But we also want to check out the MSC team's average game time. So Onyx PH average game time 60 minutes 40 seconds, TLPH 60 minutes 20 seconds, Aurora Turkey 12 minutes 34 seconds, Seoul 60 minutes 23, and CFU Gaming 14 minutes and 51 seconds. So I guess we're hovering around a good average of 14-15 minutes for most of the teams.
I think that's about the average game time nowadays. 12 minutes 34 seconds is actually really quick, so that's actually pretty scary. That could be a team that threatens us, especially if SRGOG does go through. It might indicate that they lean more towards early game, so gotta watch out for that. And CFU as the old rival, the one that gave the entirety of Malaysia heart attacks during M6 in their match against SRG.
Yeah, they made half the nation cry before the game was even over. So they definitely will be here hungry for more blood at MSC. I do hope we get a rematch against them, maybe in the group stage at some point, as I do think it's a rivalry that's worth revisiting. But for now, we gotta get through this first. I think HomeBois, they have some time to readjust a little bit, and it seems like the vibes are still pretty positive on the side of HomeBois.
I think HomeBois went into this match knowing that it was going to be an uphill battle, knowing that it was very unlikely that they would be able to easily take out SRGOG. I'm just hoping that they haven't given up before the battle is actually over here. I know it can be very easy to lose your morale after dropping games the same way they have so far. But going into the draft for game number 3, now is the time to really bring out your secret weapons if you've been holding on to any.
Which does beg the question, right? How do you kind of mediate? How did you kind of balance out that mindset of, I don't want to come into a series with a tough opponent already admitting defeat. I want to play to win, but at the same time, how do you bounce back when you are constantly on the losing end?
It's difficult. You have to have a total shift in mindset. There's no real other choice you have in the matter. It's clear that HomeBois trying to play the same style they have for the whole season has not worked against this particular opponent. You gotta be willing to adapt.
Let's see if they adapt in the draft. SRGOG certainly has changed it up a little bit. I mean, we still throw in that Loi ban. I believe that was shown in game 1 or 2. Kalea is still open. Kimmy still up on the table for the teams. And so far, we haven't... Oh, we see one game of Harif in game 1 by MelQT. But we haven't seen a single Granger game yet.
That is true. I feel like SRGOG was one of the first teams to really stop contesting Granger very heavily, like roughly halfway through the season. And other teams started following suit. It's still a very solid goal laner, but compared to others in the hero pool nowadays, it's not quite as prioritized. SRGOG still ban out the 1-1, so the ever-present question of Fredrin will exist.
It feels like it's a bait at this point, right? Like the conditioning HomeBois to be like, hey, there's no 1-1, do you want the Fredrin? But back-to-back games, they have proven that with or without the 1-1, the Fredrin was not an issue to them. Now the question beckons again. HomeBois stuck in the same spot like they did in game 1, where this last ban was so crucial that they, I think, ran out the clock just to decide what it's gonna be.
Let's fight to our
so they'll ban the Lucas.
Your team is picking.
SRGOG first picked Kalea in game number 1. They have the option to do so again, and I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to go down that route. Alternatively, they were one of the first teams to really push the Kimmy agenda for first pick. So I think those are the two most likely options.
Yeah, but they could take the Kalea, and then we've seen the answer to a Kimmy pick from SRG, right? Backline divers like Ling, the Hayabusa, just assassins in general. The Joy is also still open, so Coach Erpang is forcing a trade too. Do you want that Joy, or do you want the Kalea?
As strong as Joy still is, I don't really think it's first pick material, so Kalea is gonna get locked in first here for SRGOG. HomeBois now have to think about this very, very clearly. Hero picks like Kimmy may be solid, but are vulnerable to backline dive. I go for the Badang first.
So what? I did have the Badang in mind too. So Badang Joy is now the option. The ball back into SRG OG's court. Kimmy still up. They could also get a Harith for themselves, which is pretty open right now.
Harith is pretty good. But is it really necessary for them to lock it in this early as well? Phoveus is already taken off the table, so that's one obvious Joy counter. Ooh, that sounds like a Fredrin. And a Kimmy from SRG.
So they themselves take it. The last time there was a Fredrin frontline on the enemy team, HomeBois, they gravitate towards a Red Tree Franco too. It was also the way that they dealt with the Kalea as well, with the Franco. But then you instantly expose this Badang to be an XP lane. So HomeBois, again, another important decision that they need to make. And I personally feel like Badang XP right now, at least in the situation, it's not good enough. Gotta look for something else. So
you do ideally keep Badang as a flex for as long as possible.
You take Melkuti's pick here.
Another gold medal.
Yeah.
So you take the Moskov away.
Because they do have to choose something in the end. You either reveal your goal lane or your mid lane here, otherwise you're going to be revealing too much with this Badang's positioning too early on. And it's safer to go goal lane because it's going to be less affected overall by whatever counter picks come out.
Who said there are no shortcuts?
Glue does look like a very good option for both teams, but more so for HomeBois, right? The Fredrin to lash on. So the chip gets banned out. I think if you're HomeBois, you are saving this Badang review for the role review for last. Izanami hero will come in fourth. If that's the case, do you ban out mid laners? We've seen SRG OG do with Tusin, so that's not going to be a big problem for them. You ban the Farsa?
Tricky. Farsa is worth contemplating, but at the thing is, it's difficult for me to think from SRG OG's position because this team is so strong that whatever hero there is, I don't feel like they need to be particularly worried about it. Eve is respectable though. Zone control is important for SRG, especially since they're going to be playing a Fredrin composition.
They do ban out the Eve, so in that case, man, I myself am quite stumped. What is SRG looking for? Probably even for Cram, I feel like there are some pretty decent options, right? Like Glue, Export, Hilda, Hayabusa banned out too by HomeBois. So they are trying to eliminate. They're giving the Fredrin the benefit of doubt.
I don't feel like that is the right choice necessarily. Because Krem rarely plays Fredrin. I imagine he can, but SRG OG usually doesn't do it, and I don't feel like there's any need for them to do it this game. And even if they did, I think there are other threats besides Hayabusa to worry about.
I would assume this is to protect MelQT, which is usually the fail-safe that they go towards, right? So the Tusin does end up getting banned out by SRG OG. Now HomeBois with this fourth pick, will they gravitate towards that Izanami pick, or are they willing to reveal where this Badang goes? So I think right now, wherever this Badang goes, it really doesn't give give HomeBois too much of an advantage, whether it's Roam or XP. SRG OG are controlling the flow of the draft right now. I still see Glue as a decent option for them if they want to go for it.
I think it might be better for HomeBois to pick their Roam or EXP here. Keep Izanami's options flexible until the very end. Since SRG OG are clearly a bit more wary towards the mid lane as of right now, and if you just go for a classic like catcher, teamfight style hero in the Roam or EXP position, it should be fine. Sounds like they go for Izanami's pick though.
So really wants to keep this Badang's role a mystery.
I still feel like it would have been better to go for the secondary frontliner.
I agree.
I feel like revealing all of your DPS options is very risky when SRGOG is able to lock in 2 picks here.
Yeah, it's either that, or if you do it on, let's say, blue side 2 and 3, and then your last 2 picks is to kind of cement the team comp and protect that front line, protect the back line. In this case, the glue felt like it was seen coming from a mile away for SRGOG, and now they just gotta wrap it up with a bow tie for Innocent. Granger, Harif, what was their oyster? Probably Granger, I think, in this case.
Still flex Kimmy too.
Chivalry is dead.
The Clint.
Wow.
Only picked 1 time the entire season, and it was by Innocent as well, so...
Against AERO too.
Yeah, it is a hero that he's comfortable on, but is a little bit more vulnerable compared to other pickups that Innocent will usually play. The glue pick is something that would have been manageable if HomeBois did actually keep the mid lane option until the end, then they could come out with a Faramis since there'd be no more threat of Valentina. But they don't have that option. They go for the Terizla.
Alright, so fighting fire with fire. Doesn't completely solve the issue of glue, but hey, now there are ways to reach the back line. Find Stormy and Innocent. It's not a good target to grab too if you're a Kalea.
Well, all things considered, HomeBois' draft is actually not bad. They have good CC, the front line is solid, and they actually have quite a lot of DPS. Early game is handled by the Farsa, then they have scaling into late game with the Joy and the Moskov. SRG actually needs a little bit more time to come online, because Clint as well as Kimmy both do need some farm before they really become annoying in teamfights, and the rest is just meant to slow down the game for them.
We'll see how this one pans out. Second clean appearance, courtesy of Innocent. SRGOG enters game number 3 to land a Dawn on blue side with HomeBois on the red side. And from this point onwards, HomeBois cannot afford to take any losses, or SRGOG will book the tickets to the grand finals of MPL MY Season 15 and a straight trip to Riyadh.
It is the upper bracket finals match point for SRGOG. Can our defending champions lock down a clean sweep? Or will the HomeBois finally find the momentum they've been looking for the entire series? Only time will tell. For now, doesn't look like there's anything too aggressive happening in terms of jungling. Both sides just proceeding at the typical pace.
No mid lane priority given over to SRGOG with this Kimmy around, so it's going to be a big bit of a nuisance. Should see Amao right about now. It's coming in for purple buff. Good secure on the Little Wanderer for Sakai's too. So keeping up the pace, right? Frederick doesn't naturally clear as fast as compared to heroes like Joy, Hayabusa, Suyo, but in this case, the facilitation is helping him out.
Looking at the emblems, Cram actually went for the Impure Rage. So that's actually going to be really annoying for Vel to deal with. I do not think he wins this lane, and Cram is already pressuring him very hard. When you combine that with the mobility emblems, once again, SRGOG will typically have the numbers advantage.
Tank emblem as well, right? Usually we see some variations where you go for the common emblem for make up for the mana cost, but in this case, the durability is all Cram needs. Sakai getting the taunt onto Ivan, a follow-up with the Tidal Strike, first blood in hand for the Fredrin.
They are so fast. How do you even react to that? The moment Skies hits level 4, he goes to the mid lane. I think the goal was Izanami, but then he spotted Ivan and realized, well, this works as well.
And they force out the Purify from Izanami too. There's also the chain CC layering from SRGOG, right? There really is very little room to react to it. Not to mention there is a Kalea who just staggers you for days on end. Vel finally hitting level 4. Izanami though will not have that luxury. The HomeBois will be forced to surrender the first turtle over to SRGOG.
SRGOG really loves mass CC compositions. Here comes Amal.
They force the penalty zone with the flicker. Amal trying to chase down Stormy. And we eventually get on top of him, but a lot of time has been spent. Cram now finds the backline. There's 3 members of HomeBois being controlled. Amal wants to connect his turtle, finds nothing with it. Ivan tried, but it's not good enough. Cram finds the execution onto Izanami as Ivan ends up falling in the front line too. HomeBois just could not get a favorable trade.
Getting a single kill on Stormy there is not worth it for the HomeBois. They lost the turtle for it, and even a kill onto Izanami and Ivan. They need the Badang, especially to remain relevant. The further he falls behind, the more difficult it's going to be for him to actually open up the map. And SRGOG basically played that perfectly, right? They just gave up on protecting Stormy because he's not actually worth that much right now.
That's completely fine. SOD connects, Innocent flickers. No follow-up available for HomeBois.
I think that was necessary. Really good decision-making happening for Innocent right there. You might normally think maybe I can try to survive this without using my battle spell, but he also got a short peek at Ivan's presence and knew if I don't flicker here, I am dead.
And Cram, once more, he's just moving around the map first. Mid-lane priority continues to be in favor of SRGOG, thanks to that Kimi itself. One full level ahead of Izanami.
This is once again a really bad spot. We talked about this even before the series started. If SRGOG is leading the first few minutes, the game is kind of over.
Against a team that generally is slightly slower and likes to be more conservative with their early movements like HomeBois, this is an even detrimental position to be in. We just saw the Endless Battle picked up by Innocent. So this lane is effectively over for MelQT. There is no winning angle in a 1v1 scenario. He's not going to get priority anyway unless Innocent lets him be. And SRGOG slowly amassing that goal advantage and now leading by 2.1k.
HomeBois needs to make a choice very quickly. They need to give up on part of the map to get some kind of advantage somewhere. I think the ideal would be in the gold lane, just let Vel fend for himself somewhat, but their initial attempt didn't actually amount to anything, and that gave Innocent enough presence to manipulate the wave the way he wants.
And it seems like HomeBois, they're stuck on the top side. Not really sure if there's an angle to even go for attempt to steal, but they will try. Planetary Zone into a fish crack will do the job. Stormy ends up going down again. Yums on Izanami just to buy time, but Cram arrives as Yums goes down. Guys will walk away with the objective. SOD now connects from MelQT. It's going to be a follow-up though. It seems like he's not going to take it. So SRGOG gives up 2 bodies for an objective.
Normally it wouldn't really be worth it, and yet somehow it feels like it is. Again, Stormy is not worth that much at this point, and Yums is going to be a sacrifice a lot of the time. Skies did not bat an eyelid. He was just on that turtle the entire time as his teammates were falling all around him.
Another move onto Innocent, an attempt made. Aim out, finally finds the electrocution. Innocent going down, traction post, good dash from Ivan to get away from that.
Okay, that is actually a positive exchange for the HomeBois. That is not a trade that SRGOG was actually able to salvage. And getting a kill onto Innocent will allow them to reset pressure in the goal lane somewhat. It doesn't really do much to even out the net worth lead, but it's a good start.
Yeah, and they will continue to put on the pressure in the bottom lane. Yums, the next victim, is Anami with the collection.
All right, keep doing this. That's all HomeBois needs to do. SRGOG might be willing to trade some bodies, but this is starting to add up to a number that's not really worth it for them in the long run. MLQT, even though he got disrupted somewhat, has not actually died yet. And this Moskov, as we've seen, is capable of doing some impressive things once you get into the later stages of the game. Slow it down, put pressure on, and keep an eye on Yums' rotations, and HomeBois will actually be fine.
And HomeBois are going to continuously do this. Ideally, you want the bottom tier 1, but not getting it is good enough, right? They regain presence on the map. We see the buddy system between Innocent and Stormy sticking together, making sure that they have that big wave clip, but also at the same time able to protect each other. Third turtle now going to be spawning on the top side. Let's see if HomeBois want to contest the objective or once more try to step down on Innocent.
I think at this stage, it might actually be worth it to surrender initial control on the turtle to try and see if you can get a flank going. Looks like they're still going to try and approach from the front though.
They'll just have the flicker too. We've seen that. It's going to use it to the backline. Stormy will flicker to safety as Cram plus Yums goes to the backline to disrupt HomeBois. Sukai still walks away with the objective. SOD connects, but there's no angle to come in yet. A taunt into traction pulse, pull back, and a tsunami slam guarantees SRGOG 2 kills on top of an objective.
Ooh, the way SRGOG split up that fight was so clean. I want to watch that again just to teach a class exactly all the minute details of their positioning. But HomeBois are actually the ones that are able to trade for a little bit of something themselves. They were able to get the top and bottom tier 1s. MelQT needs to get out though.
That's a Purify, but how much can you save yourself? Gonna use the Purify, a bit of a dash to get away, but just run down by Cram anyways. So all that lead that he tried to garner in that bottom lane fizzled out into nothing.
That's rough. If MelQT was able to get out, it would have been worth it. Uh-oh.
They're gonna find under the turret anyway. Brute force through the structures. Ivan tries to keep Innocent away, but now he's gonna get grabbed into the air as Cram plus Stormy is a double buddy system. They split the fight out once more and find 2 more kills on top of that.
Oh, it's so clean. It is so clean every time. It's so clean, it's disgusting, Husky. I don't even know how to describe it otherwise. HomeBois are doing everything in their power to try and trade, to try and maximize efficiency the same way that SRG OG is doing. And honestly, they're not locking themselves as much to a singular playstyle. There is growth, there is change that we were hoping for. But SRG OG just has all the bases covered.
They're gonna try to get aim out too. 1, 2, 3 dashes. Pull back by Cram into a knock-up taunt, fraction pulse, and a great sword on top of it. Aim out just got cleaved in half.
Ooh, look away, children. You just watched a man turned into a jar of paste. Right there, SRG OG. At the very least, Amal does get a top tier too. And I think that actually is worth trading his life away, but SRG OG are slowly building up more of a net worth lead. And again, this is not a team you want to see with a gold lead.
Stormy just got the Holy Crystal too. 9 minutes in. We're so used to Harif getting Holy Crystal at 9 minutes, but Kimmy with the Holy Crystal at 9 minutes is also pretty scary.
After dying twice too?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Oh, here comes the conceal. No, Cram is already there.
And goodbye, Val. Not really sure if he can do much. Peninsula on the portal, but out of the feather airstrike range. Still allows Amal to take out Stormy, but that is pretty much the fight. Lord over to SRG OG. SOD misses. HomeBois on the retreat. The guys catches up. Another taunt, another root, and a mega kill for Fredrin.
I feel like Vel got a little taste of what Ivan felt in game 2. Great set, no chance for the team to follow up. I think in this case it was a little bit too far forward as well. He just tried to throw his body in because he knew he was probably going to die, but SRG OG have been doing such a good job of just cutting fights in Hull.
This time MelQT will be able to get away and... excuse me, Sakai, what are you doing there? They still call the MelQT. Oh boy.
Oh, Cram is just standing there and eating it.
We're not gonna use your Purify. You're not gonna use it? Sure, it will take your life.
Oh, this is so gross. This is so gross. I feel so bad for the HomeBois.
Oh no, Ivan, he misses the engage and Innocent still goes down to the burn of the glowing one. A shutdown and a killing spree for Izanami. But now they bring Ivan back. He escapes the traction post, but gets pulled back by Cram anyways.
This is such a sticky composition. You cannot get away. You literally cannot escape. SRG loves their crowd control. They love it so much. And HomeBois is hating it right now. They are losing so much lead.
Yeah, Amal, an attempt on the Stormy. He doesn't have the jetpack, so he has to connect. They finally find a kill on the Stormy, and maybe SRG's luck has ran out. Amal with a double kill. It's the guys. Not really the target that they want to go for. Holy defense, top and bottom lane pops for HomeBois. And here comes the grab. Purify used to get MelQT out of that situation. Mid-tier one of SRG goes down. HomeBois finally gets a positive trade.
Okay, finally something good. HomeBois are able to get a reversal here. While the net worth lead is still on SRG OG's side, at the very least there is space to breathe. They were even able to steal the buff away. They were able to take towers, regain map control. This is good, right? SRG OG definitely outstayed their welcome there, and it shows that HomeBois actually does have the damage necessary to take down their frontliners. If HomeBois are able to find the right formation, if they're able to threaten the backline, and especially remove Innocent from the fight first, they actually can win team fights.
They certainly can. And that comes at a very hefty cost in the early game. You know, 6 deaths for Vel, Ivan, 3 deaths for Vel. It finally comes full circle. The efforts boring fruition. And SRG OG is starting to give respect to HomeBois, right? The lead that they garnered early on now cut down to just a measly 2,000.
Even though the trades weren't the most efficient from the HomeBois, they've been able to do it effectively enough that they're only 2 towers behind in total. And they do have a little bit more space to play on the map. In that previous fight as well, I think Stormy ended up being stuck inside with the electrifying beat, so that helped to remove a source of damage as well. SRG OG has a lot of crowd control. They have a lot of bulkiness, but all of their damage is concentrated into 2 players. So HomeBois just needs to target them, go for the in and out gameplay, get Amal to set up multiple dashes in a single fight and maybe hold on to the feather airstrike a little bit longer rather than using it to zone.
This lore fight is not going to be as straightforward as was in the previous 2 games. You have MelQT on the Moskov this time, right? Oh, the SOD. He threw the SOD bot. So he's not going to join the fight, I guess. Lord for SRG OG. And HomeBois have to retreat. Was that intentional?
I do not know if that was intentional or not.
It's a minor oopsie.
Probably not, yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't translate to too much. It's just a normal Lord. They should have the damage to clear it out.
Tricky thing is they can't really walk out of the base to start whittling it down in advance, so they are guaranteed to lose at least 1 tower here. I feel like HomeBois needs to be very careful of their positioning. They cannot afford to let their frontliners get caught out too easily.
And Surkais is doing work on Izanami. Oh, Cram almost getting a big fat engage. But humans are gonna try. Tsunami slam. Izanami couldn't get the feather airstrike off. Surkais cancels it. No artillery support as Izanami goes down. Surkais does all the heavy work. As Ivan almost gets run down. Top inhibitor falls. Bottom one also goes down. SRG trading upwards once more.
I mean, they get the inhibitor tower and Izanami, but at this point, any sort of positive trade for HomeBois is actually not that bad. Yes, you ideally don't want to lose structures, but that was the first death on Skies the entire game, and it helped narrow the goal difference a little bit if HomeBois are able to continue holding on to a little bit of their base. Their defense is actually not bad. Moskov and Farsa provide them a good amount of artillery, and then Vel is still somewhat tanky as long as he doesn't take too much poke before the fight starts. There is still a chance for HomeBois to bring themselves back into this, but it's going to take a lot of heavy lifting.
Playing from the back foot once again. Gotta take it 1 step at a time. And we just saw Stormy pick up the Blood Wings. Next Lord up in just a minute in the bottom side of the map with both side inhibitors down. HomeBois will have no choice but to always keep an eye on the housekeeping.
Yeah, it's not a position you want to be in, but it is the position HomeBois finds themselves in. We are 15 minutes into the game. The net worth lead for SRG OG is still only a little above 2K. So again, not that big of a difference notably. And the main targets are still going to be that backline. Innocent is the highest damage dealt in the game by a huge margin.
Yeah, you really don't see it because it happens so fast. But Innocent has reached the stage where he could probably just one-shot you.
It's very scary to deal with a Clint this late into the game. Great Dragon Spear. When's the last time I got the chance to say that item on the cat?
Last time an Irritate was picked up. But even then, it's not like a primary item. I hardly remember who buys GDS back then.
It is basically just Irritate as far as I'm aware. I'm probably forgetting something, and the comments are probably mad at me for it. But for now, my old man brain can only remember that.
Yes, even for HomeBois, they want to hold the Lord on their side, but if you are SRG OG, you just say, go ahead. We're naturally pushing waves. I'm not really sure how long HomeBois can do this dance, but they are on borrowed time. Blood Wings for Izanami. Oh my god, Vel. That's the Smith, by the way.
Innocent is so scary right now. Ivan trying to go for the conceal, but Cram just stands there and then it's instantly denied.
Yeah, Cram is just dancing around him. Lord now in a dangerous spot. Flicker penalty zone. Yums grabs Amal away. Amal still gets in range. Innocent gets MelQT on top of him. That SOD pays off. The guys still gets the Lord. HomeBois can they get out of this predicament? Izanami just control his life to trade for Stormy. Surkai's still alive. Gets the taunt on the Vel, but MelQT is still alive. And MelQT this time is gonna try and save the HomeBois. Pin Cram to the wall. It's Yums and Cram. Cram flickers forward. Tries to get a root, but cannot find the mark. And MelQT is just skewering them one by one by one. 4 dead on SRG OG. HomeBois have found a way back.
Oh man, that is is what HomeBois have been looking for. MelQT saw Innocent save the game and he said, I can do it as well. Cram now 1v4. I don't think he can defend this.
Innocent, he's going to come back up. There's one catapult. Can Innocent clear it out in time? A couple of shots should do the job, but MelQT closes out the game. We are not done just yet tonight. HomeBois pushes it to a 4th.
That's all it takes. Just the one play, just the one turnaround. The ordinary marksman has done it for his team. They are not going down without a fight. The path towards the grand finals not gonna be quite as easy as SRG OG has hoped, as HomeBois have finally drawn blood from the Giants.
The first drop as well. Crimson Red, just from the veins of the Red Giants, something that they failed to achieve in the regular season. Almost got it in game number 1 earlier tonight and finally attained. SRGOG, they play a near flawless game, but one too many trades gave HomeBois enough space to be on equal footing, and MelQT showed up big time in the end game.
Very, very nice. It was scary. I thought we were about to have a clean sweep upper bracket finals. I was hoping to have a little bit more of a fight, and HomeBois finally finding the chance to do so. Looks like SRG OG actually ended up dropping into a similar trap, got a little bit too comfortable with their positioning, with their game plan, and then that Spear of Destruction comes in, and well, there's a reason the skill is named that.
Yeah, really destroyed SRG OG's hope of a clean sweep, but as fates have it, HomeBois still need to play from behind. They still have no room to lose out because SRG OG are sitting in that match point spot, but at least HomeBois fans and the players will find some solace knowing that they have finally cracked some of the code.
It looks like the goal laners of both teams gonna be snatching all the MVPs away this series. The ordinary marksman MelQT will emerge as MVP for game number 3.
Yeah, just a fantastic performance through and throughout. For majority of the game, he was terrorized by Innocent. He's constantly calling for help from his teammates. But at the end of the day, for a Moskov, you get that silent pressure. And against all odds, against sideways, they are constantly pushing into HomeBois space, and an impending Lord, MelQT, was able to land the greatest SOD of his series.
Oh, and I'm really glad that what's the word I'm looking for? The pain points that HomeBois needed to target. The ones that I brought up were exactly what they needed to turn the game around. Find Innocent, remove him from the fight. And they were able to do that. All of a sudden, as tanky as the rest of SRG OG are, it just is a matter of time before HomeBois are able to skewer through their front line. And when you are this late into the game, one fight is all it takes. The death timers are so long that SRG isn't able to respawn and take care of things, and that allowed HomeBois to break the game wide open.
Even for Izanami, right, he was sure that he was going to go down, but he took Stormy with him. And with that, the last remnants of SRG OG's damage output, Cram really did try to save the game, committing the flicker to trying to get onto the crucial targets, and even at the very end, trying to hold back the impending horde of HomeBois player. But then his counterpart Val just brought him on a trip deeper into the lane with the penalty zone, and MelQT running down the crystal in the very end.
I think this draft from HomeBois also kind of qualifies a little bit for being that more independent hero composition that we talked about. Not completely, but each one of these picks are capable of taking care of themselves somewhat, of pushing out the map, of doing damage when necessary, and disengaging if they need to. That allows them to kind of play a back and forth. It was still very difficult because SRG OG was ridiculous pretty much for most of the game, but you just need that one opportunity.
Yeah, one opportunity, one shot, and they took it. This is crazier when you look at objectives itself, right? 3 Lords for SRG OG, 3 Turtles for SRG OG, and HomeBois coming out on the end as a winner.
Ooh, it was a hard-fought one though. I imagine that stamina is going to really start playing a role in how well these teams are able to rush to the finish line. Even though SRG OG have dropped the game, they are still on match point, and HomeBois will still need another 2 victories if they want to steal that title away from their opponent. So hopefully they're able to take a moment to chill out, reset, because they're gonna need all the energy they can get.
And what are the odds we go to a Game 5? I wouldn't mind going to a Game 5. I would love to see HomeBois continuously push SRG OG. But it's up to them, right? Like, they've got the momentum. For the first time ever, they've got the momentum over SRG OG, which resulted in a win. And it was in a comeback fashion too, after suffering a lot of that beatdown in the early game. So SRG OG, I guess HomeBois have found sort of a formula. What is that next game, if this Moscow is going to be that priority again for them?
I think if you can give MelQT a goal laner that is capable of doing things like this, though, he will make things happen. There is a reason that he has caught the eyes of the world at large, even though it's his first season back in MPL. He's gonna end up being the rich guy and the carry for this game. And then we have Cram as the sandbag on top of Yumes as the best wingman. A pretty even split across the board, but MelQT able to successfully recreate the savior role of Innocent from Game 1.
Yeah, and he himself, even in the regular season, has plenty of highlight moments, like one surviving a 5-man gank from Vamos, and just, you know, some casual 1v1 freestyle. I want to look at the goal graph, because I'm very confident that SRG OG had the lead the entire game up until that Lord fight.
Literally up until the very end, SRG OG was in control. But this is another curious little facet of our defending champions. Even though they're usually ahead, even though they're usually controlling most games, they never very often have those massive gold advantages that we see from other teams, right? SRG OG very rarely goes up to like the 10k leads, the 11k leads that we can sometimes see in one-sided beatdowns, and that's kind of unique.
Yeah, it is, for sure. Like, even in games where they were ahead, sometimes you still get very odd even trades that usually wouldn't be the case. SRG OG, I'm not really sure if they... I'm pretty sure that they are pushing the envelope, but see, the HomeBois are good in finding ways around that, or that SRG OG are just not pushing hard enough.
Perhaps they're giving proper respect to their opponents. They are aware that HomeBois is still one of the strongest teams this season, and if they let down their guard for even a moment, it could come back to bite them. And I think that's exactly what happened here. A bigger lead for SRG might have given them a little more leeway to play around, but they weren't willing to risk it by trying to push up onto the map more, since HomeBois do still have a lot of damage.
I want to look at the highlights too, and how this whole game transpired, right? We ended with a 16-14 kill score. So all things considered, it didn't exactly look all that bad for HomeBois in the bigger picture.
HomeBois have also broken the curse, right? Because we were scared in the early minutes. We said, if SRG OG is ahead in the early game, the game is usually pretty over. And HomeBois said, no, there is still an opportunity. If we look at most of the highlights here, it is a highlight reel for SRG OG. They were winning almost every single fight.
Yeah, and then there was this one, the SOD. Courtesy of Val 2 and Amal really throwing their life. It wasn't this one, it was the one afterwards.
Yeah.
Right? Still.
Right. SRG was such a threat the entire game. Look at this.
Like, how
do you... Cram. He just stands there.
Being in Mel's position is so painful. Like, poor dude.
I think SRG OG let down their guard on the Moscow a little bit. I feel like they should be innately aware themselves of how scary this hero can be. And that was actually a really good setup initially by Ivan to keep Innocent locked down. Once they took care of the Clint and then Izanami threw his body to trade for Stormy, the fight was over.
Yeah, it's very well done, right? Mel even went around the corner to make sure that he's untouched. It's a good attempt from Cram to kind of stick himself onto Mel, but the relocation, look at Mel QT, just break dancing on the dead bodies of SRG OG.
That's the risk, isn't it? That is the risk when you let heroes like this through. So, all right, we have a series on our hands here. Finally, guys, we have to take a seat. Yeah. After all of that, that really knocked the wind out of us.
I can't imagine playing so many games today. This is SRG OG's 8th game, but it's the 9th one for HomeBois. They're about to finish 10 games in a single day.
I don't think I can even play that many games of ranked in a single day.
Well, I've tried, but it's unhealthy because I went on a massive losing spree.
Well,
don't do it. Once you lose, you stop. Or once you win, you stop.
That is probably the healthiest way to go about it. But sometimes you just want that dopamine rush, Husky. You just wanna, just one more.
You know, the dopamine rush usually comes from when you lose a game, and then your star protection kicks in, and you're like, yeah, I can go for another one, and then you win, and then you tell yourself, well, I'm winning, let me go for another one, and then you lose, and you're like, well, it's not, I don't lose anything, right?
I feel like I have a different perspective of it. I feel sad anytime I have to use my star protection.
Oh, I feel sad, but also I'm like, well, at least I lose nothing.
I guess so. That is true.
It's
at
like
least
insurance,
you have
right?
that.
Yeah, it's like an insurance policy. I don't want to use it, but hey, sometimes you get into a bad game and you use it. It protects my stars.
True. Well, for now, HomeBois have managed to kick in their star protection here. They are still in it. There's still the possibility to win it, but it's going to be difficult still. I imagine SRG OG is going to adjust after that. That's one of the scariest aspects of this team. When they lose a game, they will do what is necessary to make sure they don't lose the same way a second time.
Yeah, and because up to game 3, they never really had to make huge adjustments, right? Now is the first time that we see SRG OG really make probably some minor alterations. I don't see them making too big of a change. But this is where the marathon really kicks into that final lap, right? Like, can your stamina keep up? Especially that mental stamina. It's good to see that both teams are still, in high spirits, especially for SRG OG, who were here way earlier than the HomeBois.
You gotta praise the energy of these players, man. I definitely could not do what they are doing. SRG are going to stick with first pick, it looks like. And after that game, their win rate has actually dropped down to 87%. So HomeBois can take pride in knowing that they've contributed to the reduction of that.
Yep. Funnily enough, I think, is SRG's red side selection still 100%? Because in my memory, most of the games they lose were on blue side.
I wonder if that might be precisely why they're choosing blue side. Using it for practice.
That would be so funny, right? Like, second pick 100%, but for, like what? Only losing on blue side? I don't know. I gotta check the stats.
I mean, sometimes you gotta just lock down on your flaws. Yeah, they could just alternate to red side and get a higher win rate overall, but if you have a weakness, you may as well work on it before you go to the international stage.
And the most ironic part is that HomeBois didn't even clamp down on the weakness of SRG OG, right? They completely missed that mark. They just came back off of a bit of carelessness from the Red Giants. Heading into game number 4, we've seen the only unique pick that I think we've seen is the Terizla, which has won both games that it was picked in.
That is true. That's an interesting observation. Even though the Terizla didn't really do all that much, I think in both games that it won, it was enough as just a really bulky frontline tank. Either way, it is now game 4. HomeBois have been able to avoid getting clean swept. Let's see how far they can take it.
And the bans coming up, Phobius, the Fanny. We saw the Baxia ban to Baxia Luo Yi by SRG OG. The scariest thing is that I think on the blue side, letting the Luo Yi open usually it's a gambit. They will ban the 1-1 like they did, and that's what resulted in a Fredrin pick in game 3. The HomeBois have found a solution to it.
It's hard to say if it really is a solution though. SRG OG messed up. They messed up once, and it cost them the game. Didn't have a lot of chance to learn from that initial mistake. So I don't actually feel like the Fredrin pick was, a big issue. They could still lock it in for themselves if they wanted to, and I guess that's why they keep the 1-1 ban around, so that it is always going to be an option.
Yeah, I think SRG OG could even consider just not taking the Fredrin at all. You could go for Kalea one of the few rare losses that SRG OG has suffered on the Kalea. I think, was that their first loss with Kalea? It could be.
I think it's just because they haven't taken many losses in total, but there goes the Moskov.
Yep. We talked about this, Moskov being banned out. And this does take away the utility. I mean, it is a double-edged sword, right? In a sense, there's no access to Moskov, but you kind of take away the X factor that Melkuti provided in game number 3. We might go back to the the Granger Harris matchup.
That is a possibility.
I like how the BM side switched casters.
How did they? Oh, Adin came by.
Adin stepping in.
Who did he replace?
Karakuri.
Ah.
Probably went to the washroom or something. It's a long night.
We should get Adin over here.
Yeah, we should get.
We don't have 3 people over here.
No, we don't.
We need a third person over here.
Oh man, we've been awake since what, 7 a.m. I know me and Adin has been awake since 7 a.m. What a day.
Yeah, I got to sleep in and even I'm tired, so I can't even imagine how it is for you.
You had a long day yesterday.
True.
But you guys ended on like a 3-0.
Yep.
Hey, it's nothing compared to the players, for sure. Kalea picked up again for SRG OG.
Sticking to the standard opening, they followed this up with Fredrin Kimmy in the previous game.
Does HomeBois take Badang? They have been really gravitating towards the Badang. Red 2. Could be a Badang Harif. Could be an option too.
I think Badang is a safe opening choice.
What about oh yeah, Badang Joy is still open as well.
It is possible.
One of the things I'm worried about is what if the Joy goes over the SRG OG, right? It might be too much, so yeah, they take the Joy.
Badang is fine here. Yeah, I do think Badang is fine. Yeah, same opening from HomeBois. I think here is where we'll start to see something slightly different. Because I think it's a bit risky to go Fredrin Kimmy again after what happened previously.
Yeah, I think you could take the Hayabusa, I guess. That's one of the ways to do it. The Hayabusa plus Kimmy. Hayabusa plus a mid laner like a Farsa. Probably not a Farsa in this case. A jungler plus one of the gold lanes, Hayabusa Harif, I guess. Or Granger.
True, we haven't actually gotten to see Hayabusa yet at this point. They do go for the Farsa, so back to basics, but they still lock in the Fredrin.
Alright. It could go both ways, right? SRG OG understood that, okay, game 3 was a bit of a mistake. Our draft in general still worked out. We're gonna try it again, I guess. Or it could just be them limit testing like how they did against AERO in regular season. Which actually was reflected in the mic check. They requested to, play against AERO's strongest draft.
They wanted to challenge themselves, and I gotta say, this team is kind of insane for doing things like that and still being so dominant. But now they actually do have to respect their opponents somewhat. So the Farsa comes out. This is gonna offer them better early game presence alongside the Fredrin. The Energy Eruption lockdown basically guarantees kills with the Feathered Airstrike, and the Harder still gets locked in for the HomeBois. I feel like it's a bit risky to go for this at this point because these heroes are somewhat vulnerable to the Farsa.
I was thinking of something like Zhu-Sin, right, for their second phase. Now that the Harif is out, Izanami Zhu-Sin, not too bad. Valentina too, if they really want to go for that. Tsunami Slam and Feather Airstrike, pretty easy to steal as well. And even on top of that, I remember seeing a Fredrin, a Super Prince Valentina stealing a Fredrin Energy Eruption in the Snapdragon Pro series. Oh wait, no, that was M6. Either way, who do you ban now? Probably Innocent Hero right now.
Your team
Ooh, still considering the possibility of Fredrin on Cram. I guess at this stage, it might be worth contemplating a little bit more because SRG OG has not been forced into a position where they had to do something like that. Has the Malay desk actually rotated every caster?
Yeah, everyone's taking turns to go to the washroom. Maybe we need Adin here for a while.
Yeah, where's our Adin time?
Where's our Adin time? Maybe when Sif comes back to the desk, we'll get some Adin time. Everyone gets a toilet break.
All right, where were we?
were
Hayabusa ban. Oh, CC. Oh, they're playing into it. They are playing into it.
Are we seeing... Kind of think of it. We haven't seen a Hylos get taught this entire series. Could this be an indicator or a Hilda for SRG OG? A pick that we haven't seen Cram picked for a long time.
It feels like they're baiting HomeBois a little bit because CC is also a good counter to EXP Fredrin.
What about Lucas?
Lucas. Oh yeah.
Lucas jungle.
Lucas is actually really good here. Really messes with Joy. Can mess with Harif too. If SRG is going to flex Fredrin for a different jungler, I think that might be it.
Let's see if it's us thinking too far, or HomeBois is not getting the read. They do ban out the glue, which is very understandable. They don't really have a way to deal with the glue with this current composition. This is too big of a pain. It's causing Vel plenty of problems in that XP lane. Do you still hammer out on Vel? Edith?
Edith makes sense.
Export.
It's one or the... Oh, wow.
Alright.
Terizla ban.
First Terizla ban, I think, in the entire season.
This is starting to look more and more like a Fredrin EXP, but knowing Coach Arcadia, it still feels a little too obvious. Are they actually going to flex it? I feel like you've revealed it.
That would be so... That would be out of the ordinary, but I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like SRG OG is one of the teams who has shown the least unique heroes in the entire season so far. Or at least you include unique hero pool and also flexes. I think Fredrin is one of the options. Only few teams have done it. I think, did JP Niners do a Fredrin XP also? I can't remember. There's definitely one more team that has done it. Oh, that's the Dusin.
I can't remember actually.
This is what we sort of expected. So Dusin, there's a ton of magic damage on HomeBois, by the way.
They are actually almost all magic damage. Radiant Armor would go ham here. What do you think about it, Husky?
I agree with whatever you just said just now. With the Radiant Armor, right? You were talking about?
Yeah.
I was over on the BM desk just now, and I was talking about how MelQT can use the Irrital. He used it just now. I think it was quite a good effect, but hey, that is just my opinion. I was going to go for the Moskov. Then I took a look at the ban. Okay, Moskov has been banned out, so no more Moskov for him.
Oh! Esme! Cram Esmeralda! Okay.
Is that anything? Is it because of facing off the Harith?
Yeah.
With the shield and all? Actually, is that the only thing?
Every hero on HomeBois' side other than Zusin generates shield.
Fair enough. Good point right there. With the Bruno, I think just an icing on the cake, I would say so. Very good turret destroyer. If they can't win in team fights, they can win in terms of turret trade. On the top lane, on the mid lane, or even on the bot lane later on. The Esmeralda is just a good setup overall with the Falling Star Moon, and of course, to be able to whittle down the shield capability from the whole side of HomeBois. But right now, what do you think about the Marksman?
Marksman pickup. I mean, Harif is already there. It's not going to be Marksman. It's, Benedetta EXP in the hands of... Yeah, it is. It's Vel Benedetta.
Super aggressive, won't you say? Like, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, I consider Zushin as an aggression of a hero. So, kind of like 4 members of HomeBois right now. Hey, I do like the side of HomeBois, but we shall see. Can they spice things up?
Can they spice things up? Indeed. This is going to be game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, still match point for SRG OG. And they brought out a surprise, the Cram Esmeralda. Will it be the secret sauce they need to finally clinch in their MSC ticket? Or will Vel's Benedetta make this matchup a living difficult situation for the side of SRG?
Let's head into the land of Dawn for game number 4. The Esmeralda has been picked a couple of times by teams like Monster Vicious in the MPL season, but it's a first for Cram. And there was some theory crafting on the side of MPL PH during the playoffs where Esmeralda is not too bad of a counter into Ivan, Izanami, Amao, and even the Harith, just because the amount of shield that she can siphon. Of course, we gotta start off with a little bit of pause. You know, this is Messi tickets on the line. We gotta make sure that there's no spillage on the desk. There's no issues. I think it's SRG OG side again. And they're pointing at Yums.
Seems that way. It's quite unfortunate. You would not want this many issues to be happening on your side, but you still gotta make sure that they're resolved, right? You don't want to be playing at a disadvantage. You want to make sure that you are able to actually operate at full strength. Because yes, MAC tickets are on the line. Also, Husky, did your voice sound different earlier?
Yeah. It was completely different.
It was definitely you, yeah? It wasn't someone else.
No, I don't think it was. I'm pretty good at the art of, what do you call it? Imitation?
Impressions.
Impressions, yes.
So who are you doing an impression of?
I was doing Barack Obama.
Ah, yes, I can see the resemblance.
Yeah, I can. I'm getting pretty close to it. I have a dream. Wait, no, that's not Barack. That's probably someone else. That's probably Barack's idol.
Maybe.
I think it's JF Kennedy. Wait, no, that's someone else.
I don't know if we're starting to cross a line.
I'm not good with history. You know, we'll come back to that someday, another time.
Well, we're not really taught world history much in schools around here, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, we were not. I remember, what was it? Local history was pretty interesting until you have to start memorizing it for tests. That's where it stops being fun. But the game is fun. We're back into it.
And now it is time to forget about the history of this series and focus on the present as well. SRGOG just need one victory. HomeBois have been able to snatch a game off of them. And if they're able to do so again, it would be a huge upset because it would bring us to a full series.
Yep, Benedetta into Esmeralda. I don't remember the last time we've seen this matchup. But with a Bruno, so you look to hit pretty hard early on, a bit of a domination. Whoa, Ivan. That is way too much health loss.
Well, it's somewhat to be expected. Badang early is definitely going to lose to the Kalea, and because Yums is going to be able to heal himself up most of the time, you end up losing trades even harder than usual. Thus, it's just better not to interact.
So support emblem for the Esmeralda instead of the common emblem. Even the Festival of Blood and the Pure Rage, it's so much damage early on. First blood for SRG.
Here we talked about how much better Kalea is at trading compared to Badang, but that caught me by surprise.
I didn't expect Ivan to just blow up like that.
That is unfortunate. That means that Ivan is probably not going to be able to hit level 4 by the time the first turtle comes around, and considering that, SRGOG should be able to get it for free.
Trying to put some pressure on the Cram. Bringing in Amao, but sadly the wave is going to push in and Stormy will end up bailing Cram out of that sticky situation. First turtle now on the table. Ivan is coming in from the mid lane. There's a bit of an angle for a setup here. He's not going to hit 4 in time, and I don't think HomeBois can buy enough time for him to hit 4.
Looks like they are actually delaying it enough though. Yums will eventually scout him out. Somehow Ivan actually has more EXP comparatively, so he definitely got some minions somewhere.
And here he goes, his level 4, flickers in, finds Sakai, petrified from Bell, Sakai is the target, dashes away but gets pulled back by Izanami, and a good trade as Amao finds a turtle, a grab with the Tsunami Slam, kills off Ivan, but HomeBois gets a better trade at the end of it.
That is definitely worth it. Vel should be able to get out here as well, so that's really, really good. You get the turtle, you kill Skies at the first objective contestation, and that is exactly the start that HomeBois wants.
Amao also going to take this champ away to almost 2 full levels ahead of Sakai. Couldn't get any better for this Joy. Even though he didn't get the kill, it was more than enough to set him ahead of this Fredrin.
Yeah, Fredrin is a hero that's very dependent on specific timings. Because he clears slowly, he is very reliant on his durability to survive on the map and just take camps exactly when he is supposed to. But a death in the first turtle is very detrimental because it allowed Amao to start clearing up his jungle, and now that EXP difference may be biting him.
Cram falling Stormon, getting out of that situation. Keeps himself alive. Sakai will be forced to make a detour just to make sure that Cram is safe. Ivan continues to put on pressure on the Innocent. MelQT freezing the wave. HomeBois are doing these housekeeping so well.
Yeah, you can tell that this team has learned from their previous exchanges. Ooh, Flicker forced out from Stormy. He'll be able to escape from Izanami and Bell. But HomeBois are accelerating the pressure. This is exactly what they need to do. Keep the EXP deficit notable for as long as possible. And you will put SRGOG in a position where they can't even trade for efficiency.
They got the electro final blow from Val early on. Second turtle. Will be spawning in 10 seconds. Cram really not doing too well in the trade department. The rest of HomeBois shows up. Cram once more absorbs the pressure. But with the level lead that Amal has, it is going to be an uphill retribution battle for Sakai.
This guy's only just hit level 7, so Amal still in a very good spot comparatively. So Selangor Red Giants gonna be the first ones on top of the turtle.
Instead of the turtle, they go for the backline. Izanami is one of the targets, but they found a better one, which is Vel. And then Izanami will soon follow. Yums and Cram getting work done at the cost of Sakai. But with that, SRG traded upwards.
It's not too bad. 1 for 2, though they do lose their jungler, so that slows down the objective contention. But since there is a numerical advantage, Amal can't just go in and try and take that either. It will end up being quite worth it, but it does mean that Skies takes his second death of the game. And the more this Brethren goes down, the more difficult it's going to be for him to survive the mid-game engages. I think SRGOG are now trying to aim for space for Innocent.
Even going for the Impure Rage too, so there is that priority on wanting to get a hit. Yums loses half his health bar. Lethal Ignition triggered from Vel too. They get the better airstrike back up. Vel loses half of his health bar. Cram is just dancing around Ivan, making sure that he is a nuisance. Now Ivan turns on him. Yums comes in to help with the counter engage, grabs his target into a taunt. Amal though still survives, but Yums will not. Cram though runs them down with a flicker on top of Ivan, and Ivan shall go down. Cram continues to chase. Amal looks like a pretty juicy target. Izanami pulls it back. Electro final blow into a petrify. Cram punished for the overextension as Sakai will try to finish off the objective. Amal shows up, couldn't get the steal, and SRGOG walks away with something.
That's actually still pretty good for the HomeBois. Even though they lose the turtle, they're able to punish Cram. The Esmeralda goes down, and since he did have 3 kills, that is actually a bounty going over to them. Though the net worth difference is still pretty even. I imagine that Innocent has been farming pretty safely in the gold lane. And ideally, HomeBois needs to shift some of their attention down here.
Getting a figure out of Stormy too. Just at the timing that he runs out of mana, and you want a HomeBois to shift their attention down bot. They are doing exactly that. Ivan with a catch onto Yums again, pin him to the wall with a fist crack. Yums really wants to get out of there. Innocent also in danger. Zaman forced electrifying beast all out. Innocent dancing around the Heart's Claw enough to keep it alive, and HomeBois gets nothing.
Really, really well done there from SRGOG, staying under tower just long enough to avoid Amal diving from the back, but just far enough so that HomeBois can't really try and go for the kills from the front either. They need to keep Innocent alive at this point.
The guys also tries to delay it and buy enough time for Yums and Innocent to get back, so that structure will be kept alive. In fact, Yums is looking for a potential target, will not commit to Tsunami Slam, doesn't have it just yet. But the airstrike out, MelQT forced to back off.
Looking at the itemization, as expected, Sky is going to be going for that Radiant Armor as the first item. Most of the damage from HomeBois is magicals, and the Dreadnought Armor will help deal with Vel somewhat, so definitely the right items to go for. I am curious that Yums went for Oracle though.
Ivan goes for the engage on the instant, and this time with the help of Vel, Petrify is more than enough. He gets grabbed underneath the turret, the eye for an eye from Vel! Outplays Yums, 2 more HomeBois in the bottom lane.
And now that is the positive trade that HomeBois needs. That's the one that really starts breaking the early game wide open. This is very, very good. This is exactly the position HomeBois wants to be in. The trades haven't been the cleanest, but they have been in their favor. They just needed to be able to stop the pressure from Innocent once, and they were able to get that. This means MelQT gets a tower for free down bottom. He is now officially unlocked from the lane. He can start joining fights.
And now they turn on the Cram, who also has to flicker away. Ivan's Badang is starting to be problematic for SRGOG to deal with.
That is why HomeBois very comfortable with locking that hero in quite early in the draft. Now SRGOG going to need to delay the game a little bit longer. They still have the bulkiness needed to contest neutrals, but they don't quite have as much independence comparatively to go for a split push. A lot of it is going to be on Cram.
Purify out from MelQT. He even got the Favor's Blessing for his boots. We saw the Oracle, I think, for Ivan. Better airstrike used by Stormy. Ivan's going to cancel it instantly. Izanami gets jumped on, but able to juke his way out of that. And Stormy now might be a casualty, but flies away in time. As Izanami ends up going down, Vel also falls. Lord secured by Amao. SRG OG will get 2 bodies in return.
Okay, that is actually a trade that SRG OG is okay with, but HomeBois getting the Lord will help them secure a few more structures. And enough of their players were able to come out of that fight to make sure that SRG OG isn't able to get building damage done. But it was still a pretty good fight split. They need to be more respectful of their positioning.
Amao was thinking about an ambush, but decides against it. Didn't get to mention this early on, but the first item for Yumes was actually the Oracle, right, for the extra sustain in these fights. SRG OG able to clear out the middle wave, but now has to start considering to handle that Lord. So eventually this mid-tier 1 of SRG OG will go down.
I'm kind of surprised of Oracle. Oh, the Fist Crack comes out. Yumes is locked down.
Forced to use a Tsunami Slam just to get out of it. Even the fact that Airstrike is committed, so the base defense slightly weaker than what SRG OG would like. HomeBois finding a very reasonable, very meaningful goal advantage. First time in this series too. The Lord will still end up getting the charge in. There's still another Empowered Catapult at full health. HomeBois really thinking about pushing the envelope a little bit with Vel almost taking out Innocent, but he will do that at the cost of his life. This is great for the HomeBois, and they walk away with an inhibitor.
Better airstrike. Oh, doesn't quite finish off Ivan. The shield from the Fist Break gets him out of there. Vel doing what exactly he needs to do, finding Innocent in these exchanges, making sure that Bruno isn't given enough time and space to scale up into the issue that cost HomeBois games 1 and 2. And this is really, really good now. It's a 3k lead for HomeBois. They're even able to get a free tier 2 up top. The items are really starting to roll in. Wishing Lantern now complete for Amal, and that's going to help deal with even the Radiance coming out of SRG.
This is starting to get a bit hairy for SRG OG. HomeBois needed some time in the earlier parts of the series, but now they've cracked the code. But Innocent hits another power spike. Malefic Gun. That could be what changes it all for SRG OG. The only way to make sure that they stay dead is HomeBois cracking the crystal. Holy Crystal out for MalQT. Big critical mass items for the HomeBois.
Yeah, this is now a power spike officially for the HomeBois, and they were already winning out trades pretty effectively before that. Even a Tahina shield now purchased for Skies. He just has no leeway to actually go for any sort of damage item, and that means he really is just a big body, one that can be circumvented if HomeBois approaches the fight at a different angle. We talked about this after the first 2 games. HomeBois needed to shift their gameplay approach. They needed to look at different ways to start fights, different ways to target the backline. And I feel like that is exactly what we are seeing. I wasn't sure if they'd be able to do it, but the adjustment has happened. And now they're looking a lot more comfortable up against the Giants.
Doing that even from the start of the game too, right? Targeting the side lanes, making sure that they are missing out on whatever XP is available on the map. HomeBois trying to put their bodies forward. Really want to get the Lord and SRG OG ready to go for a contest. Diamond Force laid out. There is the Purify being used. Tsunami to end up going down. Stormy and Innocent, many space to do work. Fail again with the assassination on the Innocent, and he goes down. The Suckeyes ends up falling, and Lord for Amal. Cram just could not do enough to hold back the HomeBois. And Vel once more is the savior of the team. Cram turns it around, finds the kill. Diamond Force, MalQT dashes around. Chrono dash, Cram pinned to the wall. Still surviving with the shield siphon, but eventually MalQT collects the kill.
They are doing it, Husky. The HomeBois are doing it right now. Well, Stormy, I'm gonna cut that in half just a little bit, but the damage is still done. That was very effectively a team fight won, and space created. Innocent falls once again, and that means that he is not really a concern anymore. He's not going to be able to make the hero plays. We might actually get to witness a full series here. We are seeing a team push the Giants to the brink.
Better get myself some hot pot after this series, because it's deserving of a great reward at the end of the tunnel, at the end of the night. We might even go past 12 AM, and I'm not complaining at this point. SRG OG and HomeBois making every single moment worth it. Lord will be easily taken care of. HomeBois stagnating at the 3.5k gold lead since the last time they accomplished that. But SRGOG put on the back foot. Let's see if they can come back again by means of miraculous plays. Maybe just finding the chink in the armor of the HomeBois.
Speaking of armor, brute force breastplate completed by Izanami. He knows he can afford to take a slightly more aggressive stance, so a slight bit of durability is going to go a long way in assisting with that. While I did like the surprise of Cram's Esmeralda, we're now seeing that even though it is able to drain the shields of many of the heroes on the HomeBois side, the lack of lockdown is really costing SRGOG. They're not able to stop Amal and Vel just diving the backline and making life difficult for Innocent. I will say though, despite all of that, Innocent is only 300 gold behind Mel QT.
Which is crazy. He's 1-3. Mel is 3-0.
How does he do this?
It's Innocent. It's the only logical explanation.
The only logical explanation is that he's guilty of something. Maybe he robbed the bank somewhere along the way.
If Innocent walks into my bank, he can take the cash. I'll give. That's why I'm not a bank. That's why I'm not managing a bank.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. It means that the Bruno actually can still be a threat, but at this stage, SRGOG is well aware that Vel is going to be looking for Innocent every single fight. Stormy has been trying to pop the feathered airstrike in dangerous positions to bait Vel into him, but Vel knows that that is how they lost game number 1. He is not going to recreate that mistake, and looking for the Bruno so far has been very successful, so I imagine he's going to keep doing it.
This could be a potential make and break moment, right? Vel has set up the top wave too. Bottom wave manageable. Winter Crown for Vel. So good luck trying to one-shot him. The guys have no choice but to show himself. Yums too, they gotta make a big decision. Cram did show in the top lane, so HomeBois are gonna push the envelope a little bit. Getting more and more deep into the SRG waters. Innocent! Too dangerous! But they get the grab on the Vel. Taunting couldn't use the Winter Crown. Vel goes down. They get the engage on Innocent, and Innocent ends up falling with the help of Izanami. They power onto him. And Praetor's Wrath comes up, better airstrike gets used. Izanami drops the Stormy. Yums comes back to life with the immortality. Salmon Force now expires somehow. SRGOG trades even. And Cram, he is a big bad monster. Flickers onto MelQT, falling Star Moon. Cram collects the kill as the captain of SRGOG to keep them afloat.
HomeBois did a really good job actually of finding Innocent, but they weren't able to whittle down Cram enough, and losing Izanami and Vel means that everyone left on the field is vulnerable to this Esmeralda. So even though SRGOG lost their main DPS and their jungler, they are actually the ones who remain in control of the Lord Pit.
Where to Innocent gets that Winds of Nature, which would probably be his last item. He did have the Rose Gold meter just now. Stormy taking an aggressive stance, clears out mid lane. HomeBois back to the dance again. Cram has been diligently working on the Lord. Can Vel do the hero play again? Petrify up in 5 seconds. He's taking that angle. Yums gets the grab. They make the first move onto Izanami. Izanami, Crimson Beacon, tries to survive. Let go away from Stormy to buy distance, and Vel now cannot get an angle in, but steals the Lord somehow. So HomeBois are still in it.
Alright, sure. The Lord going to be secured here. That means SRGOG going to need to back off and play defensive. They actually did a pretty good job there. Yums threw his body away to make sure that Innocent could play a defensive position and secure their defense against Vel's backdoor attempt, but the Lord now going to be pushing in. There is only 2 inhibitors standing for the side of SRGOG. They have the damage to clear it. HomeBois aren't really in position to regroup and push with this, so I don't think this is it yet for the Red Giants.
I don't think so either. But I want to see HomeBois do some permanent damage to the base. Set them up for success in the coming few minutes. Cram's going to be hiding in the bush. He's going to try and look for Vel, maybe. He's going to do that, right? Keep Vel at bay so that the rest of his team could deal with the Lord. Ideally, they want to keep inhibitors up, but I don't think it's possible in the mid lane. Wow, that Feather Airstrike stings. Half of MelQT's health bar gone. Cram clears out the top wave. Mid lane still under siege, and MelQT forces his way through. And now Ivan with the fist break crack onto Cram. Vel works with the last inhibitor on the top side. Lord gets taken care of. Another electrify roll into a petrify. Vel hits the backline. Stormy ends up going down. They get the grab used. Really trying to keep this game alive. And Innocent, he's free hitting everyone. Vel finally goes down. And now Cram, Sakai, and Innocent works together hand in hand to keep HomeBois Horde at bay. Innocent free-hitting all the targets. QT goes up forward with a Purify. Innocent! Once more keeps SRGOG afloat.
Oh man, I said that wasn't going to be it yet for the Red Giants, but man, it was close, and Innocent was able to do so much DPS, not threatened. Vel actually saved his Electro final blow quite a long time to finish off Stormy. The big issue actually was Cram in that situation. He was the first player initiated on. He ate multiple abilities, and he was still alive at the very end and nearly full HP. The net worth starting to shift back, but HomeBois still have way more space on the map to play with.
The only advantage HomeBois have right now is that SRGOG's base is bare. With a Benedetta on their side, with a Joy on their side, so many angles to play that macro game for the win. Next door, 30 seconds, bottom side of the map. What's the comeback mechanic from SRGOG? They don't really have the best members to manage waves either.
They might actually just have to keep winning fights like that. They are going to need to consistently and consequently win nail-biter trades, which is nearly impossible for most teams. But if anyone's going to do it, it is them. HomeBois cannot afford to let their guard down just yet.
Even Cram transitioning to get even more damage. Right? Holy Crystal, Cram actually found Vel in the top lane. So that will stall up the top lane push, at least for a bit. Make the rest of the equilibrium more manageable. But it's a Benedetta. So many angles that Vel can cut through. It's Cram's job to find him.
Cram gonna be stalking Vel into the mid lane, making sure that this Benedetta is always accounted for so that he can't get a split push going, or he can't threaten a backline flank onto Innocent again. With the base naked, there is always the risk of a backdoor attempt. And HomeBois need to keep that in mind as well. That is a possible way to close out this game and bring us to a full series. SRGOG are definitely at a disadvantage. But in terms of direct team fighting, both teams are going to be pretty equal at this point. We've reached a point where basically every player on the map is going to be full build.
Power Potion for Innocent, Brute Force Breastplate for Cram, Yums hitting it, Radiant Armor. Maybe those items are coming in just on time. Watch out for Vel once more on the map. A scary blip that could flip the script. The guy's body ahead is Anami, very elusive too. Yums opens the map, sees Ivan, but where's Vel? That is the important question. Midwave gets cut too. Now Vel shows himself, Stormy's gonna make contact, and now this is the coin flip. The Innocent forced away, they all dive on the Innocent with the Wisdom Nature trying to survive. Izanami will somehow stay alive. Lord! What's the guys? But Innocent is left alone. There's a minute in the mid lane. Innocent comes back to life with immortality, but Vel slices him to ribbons. And HomeBois rejoice. La Familia, Juego Numero 5 has been secured. And we're going the distance to find out who deserves to go to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
A single game now stands between both teams. HomeBois have not allowed the experience, the divine presence of the Red Giants to affect them at all. They have turned it around. They have adapted. They are here to play. They are here to fight. We are going to a full series.
Whoever paid the 10 ringgit for this ticket, you are getting your money's worth for the night. It's a public holiday tomorrow, and we plan to stay here until the very end when the clock strikes 12. It would be a moment apt enough to celebrate the first representative to head to the mid-season cup. HomeBois really pushing the limits of SRGOG, just like what the doctor ordered. And here we are, one last game to decide whether HomeBois will be the first team to make it, or will SRGOG finally end that story, this chapter right here, right now.
This is a day of defying expectations, Husky. We had a really tight battle earlier between HomeBois and DXS. A lot of us were worried. If HomeBois had this much difficulty, are they not at the level yet of SRG OG? And when this series started, our fears were starting to become reality, but HomeBois have turned it around, and Amal secures MVP for game number 4.
Amal MVP, but hidden MVP for me, 100%. It's a good old Vel on that Benedetta, doing heavy lifting in the back line. And even getting a cheeky Lord steal that allow HomeBois to crack open the entire base of SRG OG. Amal definitely deserves his flowers as well on this joy. The full dive execution onto Innocent really just made his life miserable this game.
They chased him down so hard in that final Lord fight. They knew that this end is the problem. We cannot allow him to free hit. He's the only thing keeping us from a victory. And they can afford to ignore the rest. The Vel is just assigned to keep an eye on Stormy. Once they take him out, then all the damage is once again front-loaded. And this time, Cram was not able to survive long enough to remain as an issue either. HomeBois have found the right formula. They do have what it takes to make the Giants bleed.
Twice in a row too. And if any team that can take down SRG OG, if anyone still had doubts, I think this has proven enough that there's a reason that HomeBois were the second best team and they were pretty close to SRG OG even at the end of the regular season. Even looking at this item breakdown, right? This one I can clearly say is it's a landslide for the HomeBois.
Very, very well done here. There's not much more to say about it. HomeBois did exactly what they needed to. While the early game was not the cleanest, they were still able to trade up a lot of the time, get the objectives. That first kill on Skies as well put him behind for most of the game and made this Fredrin basically a non-factor. Not to mention the fact that having Esmeralda.EXP means that you don't have easy tools to stop the backline dive from Amal and Vel. That's why Innocent got picked off so many times. And Krem shifting into more damage items later into that game may have actually cost SRG OG because he ended up trading himself for MelQT, which he would have survived if he just had a little bit more tankiness.
I think they had to make a choice, right? Do we trade bodies, or knowing that Innocent is going to always get jumped on? And I mean, this entire game, HomeBois, they were locked in, right? The focus was accurate, the focus was great. All they needed to do was to look for Innocent and Stormy. We take them out, and then the game falls under the control. Even Ivan on this Badang is extremely disruptive. It's so hard for SRG OG to really get anything meaningful done.
I think we are now starting to realize what are the true weak points of SRG OG. They want to be the ones controlling the fight, the ones determining the timing to engage and disengage. And if you draft the heroes that are able to take care of themselves, that are able to approach the fight from multiple different flanks and threaten different angles, SRG, if they don't have the correct draft, are not actually capable of responding to it. A lot of the HomeBois were just allowed to go wild in the team fights later on in the game. So now it really is a question mark. Who gets that MSC ticket?
Yeah, I wanted a Game 5, but to get to the Game 5 in this fashion was not on my bingo card. Another thing is, for 2 games in a row, we've seen HomeBois, even in games they lose, they have done the correct steps of stopping SRG OG, or at least attempting to stop SRG OG. We saw so much emphasis in bringing firepower to Cram and to the side lanes, right? Cram and Innocent, they didn't really exactly have the easiest lane to work with, but then when you look at it from the lenses of SRG OG, they weren't really doing the same to the HomeBois. And I think that also could have been a factor that eventually contributed to HomeBois getting a hit.
I think this is a role reversal. SRG OG have locked themselves into a lineup that needs to play that front to back, which means they are so vulnerable to heroes like this Joy and Benedetta. And I don't think they can afford to do that anymore. When we look at the key players here, Innocent still ends up being the rich guy, which is ridiculous to me because he was not having a good time this game and still somehow out-farming everyone else. But MelQT is definitely the carry, Cram as the sandbag, and then Izanami as the best wingman.
How do you even get to this point, right? This Jusin pick We know that HomeBois love this Jusin, and again, Izanami has proven time and time that he makes this pick work. He likes those utility heroes. You give him a Jusin, you give him a good front line like a Badang, and you give him a lead. Oh, he is so disruptive.
Ooh, we wanted a good series here, and we are getting one, but I was not ready for it. I am tired, but the players must feel even worse. They have played so many games today, and now it all comes down to this. It is a best of one to go to MSC.
This is the 10th game of HomeBois, the 9th one for SRG OG. I can't even begin to imagine how tough it is, but Val, again, is just doing wonders this entire game. It's about how you finish the night. And right now, the toughest challenge for both teams is getting across the finishing line. And on top of that, HomeBois are not only just one game away from going to Riyadh, but completing a reverse sweep to get to Riyadh.
That would be the story to tell. You take down the back-to-back champions, steal their easy slot through the upper bracket on your first season together as a lineup. That is a statement to the world. And momentum is definitely on the HomeBois' side now. They have won 2 games in a row under really impossible conditions. And now it all comes down to this.
Yeah, you gotta really put all the eggs in the basket at this point. Look at this. I mean, Innocent really wished he had space to play this game. It is so tough for him to function. HomeBois just had a draft that has so many multiple angles of attack. And I hate to say this, but for the first time in a long time, it's SRG OG's turn to adjust the draft.
It is. Most obvious thing that I feel like needs to be pointed out, I think Skies needs to go back on an assassin.
I agree.
This Fredrin has not been working.
There's 2 Fredrin games. He played like game 3 and 4 only, right, for Fredrin?
Yes.
Both Fredrin games have not worked out. Skyprey's not really doing well with the front lines. My eyes are actually twitching. It's been quite a day.
Oh,
but it's worth it.
Hopefully everyone watching is having a great time.
Hey,
we did not expect this.
It's non-stop MLBB action. You know, our viewers tune in. You know, the Kingdom watching AERO play, and then we got DXS against HomeBois, and then PH finals. Grand finals happen. Oh, by the way, TLPH won the grand finals, 4-3 over Onyx PH.
Oh,
yes, sir. Goat Carl is champion again, and they're done there. So maybe they're right here watching, and they get another game 5. It's the MLBB or full course meal.
Well, to everyone who may have just come over from the MPL Philippines Grand Finals, welcome! You have come just in time for the pivotal moment. The final game of Phase 1. The game that will determine our first Grand Finalist and our first MSC representative. Mars is...
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
He's hanging in there.
You good?
Or maybe he isn't. How are you, sir? Do you have anything you want to say?
Hallucination. Reasonable crash.
He's hallucinating. It's okay. Are we hallucinating? Was he real?
It's pretty real. I think Mars is a planet. I'm not sure if that's a manifestation, but hey.
I feel like if the planet was here, we'd be in trouble, though. Let's not think about that for now, you know. Hopefully someone more refreshed can take over. We'll let Poji do that and take a break. So see you guys later.
Terima kasih. Kita semua OT malam ni untuk SRG dan juga HomeBois. Dan sekarang bersama saya adalah EXP untuk kedua-dua pasukan yang masih lagi mempunyai win rate 100% belum bermain. Dan sekarang ni soalan yang pertama mungkin untuk Eva, pada yang belum mengenali dia adalah EXP untuk HomeBois. Eva, soalan yang pertama. Sekarang 2 berbalas 2. Anda rasa apa yang boleh menyebabkan HomeBois boleh bungkus game ini dan berbalik dengan kemenangan?
Sebab mentaliti dan doa dari semua fans kita dan orang-orang atas.
Wow. Dia ringkas, padat, tepat, asyap. Tapi untuk Gorgeous lah sebab kita tahu untuk Selangor Red Giant ni dia adalah satu tim yang sangat compact, berdedikasi dan juga bagus. Soalannya, dekat dalam player room sekarang, siapa yang ada mentality ataupun disiplin yang paling tenang? It's okay, we still can do it.
Yums.
Yums, boleh kongsi tak kenapa?
Sebab sebenarnya nak kata semua. Tapi saya kata semua je lah.
Oh, sila, boleh.
Sebab trust me, dorang bukan tengah rasa susah hati ke apa. Dorang tengah enjoy.
Tengah enjoy? Wow. Kenapa enjoy?
Dorang suka game-game ni.
Enjoy.
Yes.
Alright. Nice. Okay, kalau ada, bolehlah nak cakap something dekat player room yang tengah nak naik sekarang. Nak cakap dekat kawan-kawan. Do your best. Rumah jantan. Ingat. Anything nak cakap kepada diorang.
Bau pasir makin kuat ni.
Pasir Riyad? Oh, saya loading. Okay. Bau pasir. Okay. Mungkin Gorgeous, Pasir Riyad belum cuci lagi. Anything nak cakap kepada Selangor Red Giant punya team?
Sen, Yums, Tommy, adik, Kram, Vicky, coach. Finish it.
Woo! Finish it. Tapi sebab sekarang adalah game penentuan siapa yang bakal ke Riyadh. Benda ni takkan sempurna tanpa cheer battle. Boleh tak? Stay true satu kali dan juga Gorgeous nanti SRGOG, boleh? Okay, silakan. Ui, dia ambil mood. Bertenaga, bersemangat Gorgeous. This is your chance. Laungkan semangat tenaga korang untuk sampai kepada pemain-pemain Zoo.
Okay, first of all, I need you guys energy. And we're going to do yang SRG, O, sekali, 2 and 3. Alright? Please.
Itu sahaja daripada kami dekat floor. Dan sekarang adalah pentas pembuktian. Siapa yang bakal ke Riyadh? Let's go!
Even though it's not the grand finals yet, this is a moment that will be etched into the history books. A single game, 2 teams, 2 communities, 1 nation stand in silence, eager to find out who will be the first team to secure a top 2 spot.
Well, so far, statistically speaking, in this best of 5, Fredrin has had a impressive 0% win rate. So,
it does seem that way.
My suggestion is, ditch the Fred, let's go back to Assassins. Let's make it bloody once more.
I agree with you right there. Skies on an Assassin lives up to his original moniker. And I want to see him do that for the final game of the series of the entire Phase 1 of MPL MY. Looks like HomeBois will finally go to the blue side for the final game.
Yep. So far, SRGOG, I think all the games that have lost, except for Game 1, have been on blue side. Game 3 and 4, they were on blue side, didn't work out. Boxiao banned by Coach Ark. It's pretty interesting, right? Because HomeBois, I think this is their 3rd Lucas ban.
I mean, it is a pretty strong hero, and it is something that Skies can play. I think they just don't want to have to deal with it.
What else? The Loyi was banned out pretty often by SRGOG. I think...
Has Chip been banned this series? He has, right?
Sparingly, yeah. Not all games, I think.
Because Loyi, I feel like, has been getting banned more often in total. They banned the Moskov, they banned the 1-1 as well. So HomeBois posing the same question that SRG has been asking them the whole series. Do you want to steal the Fredrin away? If not, we will take it.
That and also giving MelQT a winning lane, right? A lane that... an advantageous lane, at least. Will we finally see the Harith Granger matchup, which we haven't seen in the series, of course. SRGOG, as much as Go just says that they like hard games, we know that they like difficult games. They like to push their limits. I think in this game 5, the atmosphere definitely changed a little bit, even for the Red Giants.
It is truly all on the line now. If they were not fighting at full power before, it is time to truly pull that strength to bear. HomeBois have more than proven themselves. This team that got absolutely bodied by SRG during the regular season is no longer the same lineup we knew before. They go for the Joy first pick.
Another Game 5 Joy. When HomeBois played DXS earlier today, Game 5 Joy was what AMAL popped off with and won the series eventually, but this time is a different approach. Phoveus Harith for SRG OG. We go back to basics.
Basic opening means that SRG is going to be taking this a little bit more seriously. Harith is pretty solid, and then the Phoveus not only removes the potential counter against their own pick, but also helps deal with the Joy. And this time, there is no Moskov to worry about in the lane for Innocent 2.
And for HomeBois, they still want to go for the Badang, right? Plenty of dashes for the Phoveus to take advantage of. But Badang has been a staple pick for HomeBois. They will go for the Masha this time and the Kimmy.
Ooh, very, very interesting start. Now, Masha is a huge threat to the Harith, to the point that HomeBois are willing to pick it up in advance. You would normally save this hero as more of a surprise pick in the later phases, but I think they're aware that SRG OG will 100% ban it out if they don't lock it in here.
Yeah. And how DXS dealt with the Masha is picking heroes that can stop the Masha, right? They can absorb the Masha, disrupt her. Badang was one of the choices that DXS really pulled out to deal with her. I'm looking at that could be a possible option since Phoveus is going to go into XP anyways, but no, they picked the Hayabusa for themselves. They want to make sure that they are self-sufficient, but also there's ways to kind of play around HomeBois' draft.
We said we wanted the Sky Prince back on an assassin, and he will be answering our calls. Back to the Hayabusa that secured them game number 1. Let's see whether or not SRG OG wants to ban the Fredrin. With the Baxia already taken off the table, if you also ban the Fredrin, that removes a lot of potential tank junglers that you can combo together with this Masha.
Do you want a cracker?
I'm okay.
There are no shortcuts in life.
Also, we get the chip ban. Chip is banned out. SRG OG. What are we missing?
Always on the way.
Matilda ban. I honestly, I was thinking that maybe HomeBois would be considering the Matilda, but they decided against it.
I think you have to ban Lo Yi.
I think so too. Lo Yi Masha.
Lo Yi Masha.
Wow, that's scary.
Yeah, the Kimmy could be mid, but she can also still be flexed. I think Lo Yi Masha is worth respecting. It is a combo strategy that HomeBois has won games with. It's a combo strategy that DXS used to take games off of HomeBois with. If they don't ban it, they need to steal it.
Which they have a chance to do so on this red side second phase. This draft is getting into very dangerous territory. Choose to ban it, okay.
Okay, get rid of the Lo Yi. That means the Fredrin is left open. I think SRG OG need to prepare themselves for the possibility that AMAL will be going... Oh wait, no. The Joy is already picked up. That is actually interesting. It means that HomeBois might be a little less tanky in general. They're only missing mid lane and Rome.
But there's no Matilda too.
I don't think you want to go Matilda anymore. You would be way too squishy.
Yeah.
Your team
Harem is bad.
Makes sense. If you are going to be playing a composition that lacks durability, you don't want to give your opponent more HP.
So what are the last two pieces? Cho? Jawhead? Fast heroes? Even the Franco kind of doesn't feel too bad, right, for HomeBois?
I think... right now, for SRG, they should probably lock in mid lane first.
Power of Pegasus!
Never mind.
So taking a page out of what DXS did.
Yeah, I think that's fine, actually. Because stealing away the Badang to make sure that HomeBois doesn't have more setup to play around with is pretty good. Pickoff is alright. Cho is good. Franco is not bad, but a little risky to play in game 5.
I'm looking at the Jusin again. Does HomeBois want to take it? Or is it a viable pick for SRG if she does go through this to the last pick? position.
flow
So they take the Mincer and Glue. Talk about a game 5. Is that a Mincer? Wait a minute.
Is it a Mincer?
Who's mid? Who's gold?
Mincer gold!
What? Blast to the past? We've seen this. What was it from again? Was that Toda?
Someone has played it before. I know that Momo plays a lot of Mincer.
Yeah,
but not in gold. Someone's played Mincer gold before. Who?
Oh man, so long ago.
Was it Chiku?
I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like any creative picks you could just attribute it to Chiku, guys, and it will probably be correct.
That's really interesting. Honestly, I was wondering if a Mincer might pop out last game because there were so many dashes happening. But I'm really surprised. Oh, what?
What? Wait.
What?
We get the Odette now?
Oh my... Oh, what? Oh my god.
The Glue Roam. Wait, I forgot about it. Glue Roam too.
Glue Roam.
The gloves are off,
Imi
baby.
mid. Mincer gold. Odette mid from SRG. It is a mage hero that is not affected by King's Calling.
And she does not care. It's hard to thunderclap her also, right? She blows through a health bar, but hey.
You naturally build Winter Crown.
Naturally build Winter Crown, alright? This is it. This is it. We wanted to see how far these two teams can be pushed, how deep the pockets are, and I think we have achieved just that.
It is time! The final game of the upper bracket finals! Will the HomeBois be able to call the Kings down from their throne? Or will SRGOG sing them their final swan song? The Land of Dawn shall open up once more for the final time in Phase 1 of the Season 15 playoffs.
When the clock strikes 12 tonight, we will have our first representative who will be heading to Riyadh for Mid-Season Cup. The timing could not have been more accurate. We'll see if SRGOG can finally bounce back, right? They have attempted the Frederick twice, and early aggression in the mid lane is gonna enable them to get some breathing space against Izanami's Kimi.
I'm so excited for this one. I always love it when teams bring out weird picks, and these are some of the weirdest picks we have seen in a long time. Looking at the emblem setup, MelQT is going for Marksman emblem, does also have that Master Assassin, so he is trying to win out this lane. He'll be bullied until level 4, where he'll really be able to start putting pressure on Innocent.
Val holding the minion wave underneath the turret, but Cram has harshed out enough, so he's not going to be affected by how HomeBois have been really trying to manipulate the minion wave, right? They've been doing it for the entire series, and you can see it very evidently in Game 3 and 4. It affects Innocent the most. But I do wonder, how is this Mincer going to play into that mid to late game? Right? How effective would it be?
And Mincer is actually pretty annoying. There are a good number of dashes on the side of SRGOG. It's not just Innocent, it's Skies as well. If he gets caught in the King's Calling, he cannot actually quad shadow his way out to safety. And that is a pretty scary thing. Not to mention, Phoveus actually can get quite messed up in a Mincer. So a well-placed ultimate is going to do a lot for them. And this is the first time that MelQT is bringing this hero out. We can officially say he has never played a Mincer gold lane.
Yep.
So this is his debut.
He's only played the Ruby Gold, one of the games in the regular season. 4 flickers on the side of HomeBois. 2 Sakai is coming in with some chip damage. Now look for the target. Ogi Shadow kill. First blood on Ivan. Nothing that HomeBois can do. Izanami comes in with a traction pulse, avoided by Yums easily. As SRG now, he might look for more on HomeBois. No retribution to contest the turtle, but they don't care about the turtle. They look for the kills. Here comes the thunderclap on the Cram. Flickers away. Yums in the push, comes in. Fist break. Aim out control. That guy comes in. King's Calling a bit late as Stormy sings the swan song. Val gets the clap onto Cram. Stormy getting run down. MelQT with the flicker. Stormy finally falls, but Yums finds the trade on the Izanami as this fight continues to be dragged on. The flicker from Ivan and another kill on the Sakai's courtesy of Val.
3 kills for 3 kills. Neither team willing to back down. Even though SRGOG initially had good control, they got a great pick off to start off that fight. You can see that MelQT is actually kind of an annoying presence, forcing Skies into a tough spot, even denying a lot of the Swan Song damage. but SRG OG still the ones to secure the objective overall.
And Cram just found a solo kill bottom. He's gonna give his life away for sure. Aimao collects that one. All things considered, despite it being an even trade at the Turtle Pit, Innocent almost got the full plating in the top tier 1, so it is still profit for this Harif.
Yeah, it was an even trade, but that was a 4v5 situation.
Yep.
Innocent was not part of it and was getting a huge chunk of gold up top. So even though the gold difference isn't that big, most of it is on this Harif.
And SRG OG once more is in a position where low committal draft, right? They have short cooldowns that leads to big damage numbers. And rest of HomeBois, I guess you could say the same for them as well, but very reliant on the electrifying beast, the Thunderclap, the King's Calling, compared to SRG OG. The Red Giant is definitely more willing to throw their abilities at the HomeBois.
Man, we're 4 minutes in and I'm still looking at the draft and I can't believe it. The Mel QT, gold lane, Mincetar, and then the Stormy Odette mid. First item, Thunderbelt from Mel QT. Innocent still gonna be quite difficult to handle.
Yeah, you see he's just dancing around Mel QT. Flicker for Mel QT coming back up in 10 seconds. Yums gonna eat up the grab. SRG OG now taking prio at the second turtle. And the HomeBois has a choice to make, right? Do they bring Mel QT to join the fight? Because it might not be worth it in the long run. In fact, Innocent's gonna be the one who leaves the lane first. Traction Pulse. Gonna be a stagger on the side of Yums, keep Izanami away. Stormy getting chased around by Ivan. As the guy tries to go for the back line, goes for the OG Shadow Kill, dispersed between Ivan, Izanami, and a Golden Camp, so not really getting too much damage in. Stormy getting a genius one. Cram now isolated. Thunderclap from Vel. 1-2. Clap. Stormy flickers forward into a swan song. And the Zaman Prawns contributed from Innocent. A double kill for the Odette. Ivan now hops on top of Stormy. Tries to keep him in place, but Sluggeyes is barely healthy. Ivan is gonna try to whittle down Stormy as much as possible as Amal finally shows up. Electrifying Beast, misses the Fist Crack, pushes up into the wall with the break anyways, and now Innocent collects the kill. Mel QT, King's Calling, but Sluggeyes just shadow close in and out. Yums gonna walk out of the ultimate, waits for the Fist Break to come back up, misses the range, gets pulled back by Mel QT, but Innocent with the Diamond Force will clean it up. Traction Pulse, a bit too late, Innocent disengages, and both teams are just bleeding everywhere.
It is an all-out brawl in the land of Dawn here, but SRG OG are still the ones that are reaping the benefits. Innocent has not died so far and has been able to pick up 2 kills already on this Harif. Another turtle going to the hands of the Red Giants as well means that they are the ones in control of the flow of the game right now. And that is something that HomeBois needs to try and avoid.
And Val is not really doing too well. One last Chrono Dash. Getting the job done, Innocent, cashing in on Big Bucks Cram. Now becomes target in the top lane, 2-man Dark Wave, Traction Pulse, Cram, pull back, pass it back up, but 4 members is too much for him. So Cram gets traded.
Oh, so much trading happening. It's like the bartering system just got invented or something. The SRG OG are still the ones slightly in control. HomeBois needs to find a slightly more positive trade to keep themselves into this, but once we get into the later stages, when there is more 5v5 team fighting towards the mid game, that is where HomeBois' draft starts to become a little bit more effective.
The rest of SRG OG to the rescue in the top lane. Mel QT grabs Hume, but gets pushed away. All things considered, SRG OG getting themselves 1.1k goal advantage. Ivan in the bush finally reveals himself. Could have been scary moment for Stormy. Yu doesn't have a fist break, so he's getting pulled back by Traction Pulse. Yu just fully commits to it, brings Ivan down underneath the turret, but King's Calling for Mel QT into a swan song. That's not really where you want to be, dude. Mel QT wants the trade, doesn't get it this time. Innocent gets the mega kill.
If the other members of the HomeBois stayed just a tiny split second longer to help DPS Stormy, they could have at least traded there, but they weren't willing to risk 3 players standing inside a swan song. Any pub players knows that this Odette does a lot of damage.
Vel accepts the challenge and Innocent says bring it on. Amal joins the fight. Vel gets pushed away. Innocent! He's just too good. He's online. He's awake. The night's still young. Innocent with a double kill.
Innocent on a Harif. 6-0 in 8 minutes. This is a massive problem. SRG OG are officially online. And their half-man, half-beast is now a huge threat on the battlefield. This King's Calling has not been able to find the right target a lot of the time.
When you need the beast to help you out, he awakens from his slumber. just in time to put HomeBois to bed if this continues. Ivan finally spotted out. Yu's not in the best condition. The fight is going to bring Ivan far away from his team as possible. So now Ivan is stranded and isolated. It's going to be bursted down by Innocent and the rest of SRG. MelQT tries with King Calling and the drag back, but it's just not enough. SRG OG too far ahead. Cram now goes on the bell. Where are you going? Little Masha, nowhere but the grave. SRG OG with 3.
This Odette pick to counter the Mincetar came out so fast. It's like Coach Arcadia and Stormy have been dreaming about it their whole lives. You pull me in, I pop the swan song, and then what are you going to do? Just gets melted down. It's so much zone control and allows Innocent to freely dash around in the Zaman Force since HomeBois cannot afford to walk in and threaten it. The lead slowly building up more and more for SRG OG, and if HomeBois are not able to turn this around soon, things are going to start getting very, very dicey.
This Mincetar and Odette interaction feels like those fever dream TikTok clips you see, where a Mincetar gets made fun of by putting an Odette into the rest of the team.
That's basically what's happening here. Amal did just finish Holy Crystal though. So that's a good power spike. He has not really been able to freely threaten the back line, and at the same time, Stormy gonna be finishing his own Innocent. Already got one much earlier because this Harif is so rich actually. He has nearly doubled the farm of MelQT.
He is eating good. The fact that MelQT went to Thunderbell too is not really getting full value out of it. My math is not that good, but 2 Holy Crystals looks better than 1 Holy Crystal.
Yeah, I do feel like MelQT may have needed to just commit to full damage if you are on a gold lane Mincetar here. Lord going to eventually get cleared up, but we're only 10 minutes into the game and all the external towers have already fallen. SRG OG have brought their full strength to bear. They know what is at stake. They know that a victory here is all it takes to send them back to MSC. And they're not about to let that chance go.
And like Go just said, boys, let's close it out. Let's end it right here, right now. And odds are looking incredibly good. I mean, if you're SRG OG, you don't really need to do too much. You know, just wait for the next Lord, secure it, or we make that one last dance down that mid lane. Concentrated energy for Innocent. I think one thing that a lot of people overlook is the fact that Harris passive it's kind of illegal. You know, 35% hybrid lifesteal maximum on top of concentrated energy Starlim's sight. Not really sure about that, Muntan, but hey, you're the developer, not me.
I think the entire hero is illegal. There's a lot more to the design going on than just that passive. It's just one part of a whole. And when you put it on Innocent, it just becomes cursed, basically. It is too much to handle. The Mincetar was meant to try and create pressure on this Harif, but in order to do that, you need to be controlling the lane somewhat early, and you do still need your side of the map to be affected by your team somewhat. SRG OG have denied that right from the beginning. Sky is clearly much more comfortable playing aggressively on this Hayabusa, and the difference is clear to see.
I felt like this Ivan Blue Roam was... It's just taking it one step too far forward. We'll see if he can make a difference here. Trying to jump onto Innocent. They're going to try and get onto him. Innocent able to buy some distance. Meanwhile, Stormy. Surkai's force Izanami away. King's calling this time. Innocent, he's just cornered. Great dive from the HomeBois. Stormy does not have the Swan Song anymore. He's going to be bursted down by Bell. Used with the flicker, re-engage. Takes down MelQT in the process. Cram will try to chase down Bell. The Dark Wave misses. Izanami assassinated in the process. Bell will get his health bar back. The fight plays into 2. Ivan takes down Sakai. And suddenly things are looking great for the HomeBois. Not really sure if Cram can continue the chase. It's gonna let it go.
This is absolute chaos! Chaos is unfolding in the Land of Dawn right now. Because right when things looked bleak, HomeBois finally found the chance to lock down Innocent in the King's Calling. And even better, inside the pit so that he wasn't able to walk out of that situation. And despite all of that, SRG OG still press on with the attack and they still end up trading somewhat evenly. But Skies being taken out at the very end is really good for HomeBois since they can start on the Lord.
This is a tipping point for sure. No flickers, no big ability Swan Song. And the Zaman Force, they just blow up HomeBois. Izanami gets the Lord in the process. So that's the silver lining for the HomeBois, but SRGOG are not going down without a fight.
You need to respect the swan song. You cannot get caught out like that. The two men fist crack into the circle of death from Stormy, and no one is surviving that without Amal. I thought for sure SRG would take the Lord, but nope, Izanami just keeps pelting away with that gun back there and actually steals it away. This means that SRG isn't able to use that fight victory to actually get more structures on the map. Looking at the itemization, MelQT is starting to get close to completing that Trinity. Vel is a little bit behind on farm as well, only just completed his third item. But that should be enough to start really threatening Innocent as well. HomeBois needs to continue recreating those situations. They need to blast this Hare first, otherwise there is no way for them to win the fight.
Stormy just got the Winter Crown too, mid-fight just now. Didn't have a fresh sort of invulnerability. Innocent with the Oracle. Even more shield on top of what he already has. Big ticket items, Malefic Roar for Sakai's. Even when we look at the mid lane comparison, this is insane for Stormy. The damage per minute.
And Odette has always been like this. It's just never really had the opportunity to truly shine. But the amount of DPS output is so ridiculous since you don't really have any way of locking people down inside that circle.
Yeah. Last time we saw this, funnily enough, was SRGOG against RQ Hoshi in the M6 group stage. Oh no, the playoffs actually, where Rince brought out the Odette in one of the games.
I think it's a mid laner classic. If you played mid lane long enough, you can probably play Odette.
Yeah. Shout out to the Kingdom. Winter Crown for Cram now. I can't believe we are somehow being dragged by HomeBois into this late game stage. I mean, they've done a fantastic job, right? One catch on the Innocent gave them breathing room. The Lord Steel, Lord Secure by Izanami extended their lifeline. When do we reach the point where the lead stops mattering for SRGOG, or are they always going to be a step ahead as long as Innocent is alive?
I think it's more of the latter, just because Harif scales up that well, but HomeBois has the King's Calling. That is actually a tool to deny Innocent, especially if they also stack it up with the Thunderclap. The damage output will not matter if HomeBois are able to position correctly. They have the damage. It really does come down to the execution, and if they're able to avoid the Swan Song and the Zaman Force, then... Oh!
Whoa, Cram! He's so deep in, Yuz steal from behind. They want to look for MelQT. Guys and Stormy in the fight. The Swan Song doing so much Bell. Just melt. And Innocent free to do what he wants. Here comes Yuz. Re-engage. SRGOG have found the pivotal fight. MelQT, he's just poking away, but that spear is about to be down. One last fist break into the wall. One last break. One last push. And one last kunai to the face. SRGOG have found the jugular of HomeBois. Hang them up, quarter them, bleed them dry. Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports are going to Riyadh.
You may be able to draw blood against the Giants, but they've got plenty more where that came from. A long series, a slugfest that has lasted way longer than many of us would have expected. But it all ends the same. The path opens wide once again for defending champions. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports will be going to MSC.
A chance to defend the title once more and restart the golden run. Of course, they got to start by winning the local league, but they put 1 foot forward already. But commiserations to HomeBois for this loss. They will now have to wait at the lower bracket finals for the winners between DXS and AERO. But let me tell you, this is absolute cinema. This is money well spent to come to Stadium Juara. And this is a damn good best of 5 for HomeBois.
It may be a slightly disappointing result, but it's all smiles for the HomeBois. They know that they have achieved something that many teams have dreamed of. They have pushed SRGOG to their utmost limit. They have forced them to pull out pocket strategies and niche counters that no one else was predicting. This is where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. This is the level of gameplay we wanted to see in the playoffs.
Even Coach Erpan interacting with Becky probably saying something like, you sly little fox, where did that Odette come out from? I thought you had nothing left. But what a What a moment to celebrate.
I think we can only close this out by throwing it to Rose for an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, inilah dia wakil pertama Malaysia di MSC 2025. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports. Wow, kita ambil hampir 2 hari untuk mendapatkan first grand finalist ya. Agak lama tapi korang suka tak? Suka kan? Best kan? Rasa puas beli tiket? So, now guys, first of all, how is it like representing Malaysia sekali lagi di pentas antarabangsa?
Okay, first of all, Alhamdulillah kita dapat secure tiket ke MSC. So, mana yang free boleh follow. And ya, rasa bangga, rasa bersyukur je lah dapat secure tiket tu yang paling penting.
Okay, tiket tu paling penting. Now, let's talk about MSC itself. Kita tahu bila kita dominate dekat satu negara, satu liga, mestilah ramai orang akan tengok kita lah kan. All eyes are on you guys once again. King of the regular season, Raja regular season, dapat tiket pertama ke MSC. My question is, macam mana SRG akan kekalkan momentum untuk mendapatkan, hopefully, three-peat and of course, hopefully back-to-back MSC champion?
Apa key point dia tadi?
Macam mana korang... janganlah marah. Sabar. Oh, okay. Sabar. Macam mana nak kekalkan momentum?
Kekalkan momentum.
Yes. Relax.
Alright, I think kita orang just keep the momentum and buat apa yang kita orang tengah buat. Just don't... Mungkin boleh tukar sikit lah sebab hari ni macam sway sikit. So, kita kena tukar sikit kot.
Dia macam rocky sikit.
Rocky, yeah. I think bagus terlalu awal sangat hari ni. But it's okay. Part of training, endurance also. So, it's fun lah, yeah.
Suka ke main 5-5 game macam ni? Full series suka?
Suka sebab rasa macam first time lah dapat
di MPL MY.
Season ni lah.
So kalau you guys, korang dah memang layak ke playoffs ke grand finals lah. Korang nak ke main 7 game dekat grand finals nanti? Nak? Tak nak? You want 7 games? Oh, Becky marah.
4-0 bro, 4-0. Okay.
Penat kan? Alright guys, kita dah saksikan perlawanan yang I rasa paling sengit untuk hari ini, betul? Tapi siapa yang MVP? Nama. Uish, banyak nama yang keluar. So apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Bukanlah Becky. Innocent! Okay. Okay. Innocent. Now, we all know that MPL Philippines has just wrapped up just now. Full 7 games also. And the Philippines representatives for MSC this time around is TLPH and Onyx PH. Both of which has actually beat you guys in your previous tournaments before. TLPH sent you guys home early from a tournament last year. Onyx PH dropped you guys down to the lower bracket in M6. So I'm gonna ask you, how do you think you will do up against the gold laners this time around? Tagalog, o sige. Pagod na? He said he's tired.
Gold.
Yeah, anong sa tingin mo mangyayari pag nakalaban mo yung gold laners ng Pilipinas ngayon? Pahamin.
Feeling ko mas okay kumpara dun sa M6 namin. Siguro katulad siya nung sa MSC namin na sobrang smooth ng laro namin tapos yung chemistry namin solid. Kasi mga scrim body naman namin yung mga yan kaya laban-laban.
So, tayo translate dia cakap actually, dia rasa untuk kali ni bila dorang jumpa sekali lagi di pentas antarabangsa, dorang macam ada momentum, ada aura MSC tahun lepas. Dorang cakap chemistry macam tu, momentum macam tu. And of course, dorang pun macam tahulah macam mana dorang main sebab dorang pun pernah lawan dekat Scream dulu. So, okay? Rosa translate. Tapi, one last question, Innocent. How do you think your Clint will go up against those two gold laners. You're Clint.
Clint?
Yeah.
Depends because I'm practicing my Angela on RG.
You're practicing your Angela in ranked game.
Sumpa.
Bagi Rose kerja OT, lepas tu nak sumpah-sumpah dengan Angela kau. Aduh. Okay, maybe I'll talk to someone more serious. Coach Ark. Coach, congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
Okay, one of the masterminds behind Selangor Red Giants OG's punya victories and accomplishment. Now, Coach, we know that there's only one more slot left for Malaysia in MSC. In your opinion, as a coach who has been to multiple international tournaments with these bunch, what do you think is the qualities that they truly need in order to succeed in MSC?
I think it's about being resilient because going up into an international stage, everyone has their best representatives such as PH and Indonesia, and you really have to test your limit, not just when it comes to the mechanics, but also mentally as well. Because like what we experienced last MSC, we had to go to a Game 7. So those kind of things, you really need to be prepared on whatever situations happen in the international stage. Yeah.
So it's more towards resilience,
Yeah.
mentality, stamina, everything.
Yes.
Who do you really want to go with?
I think a lot of teams are deserving because you see, right, the Exol, they're also like being a dark horse, AERO being strong, HomeBois being strong as well. And it would be nice whoever we share, but I just want to say it's nice to see the Flame Boys back again. And it's been a good experience competing with HomeBois, just like season 13. So it's very something exciting for us. So I think anyone who wins just really deserves the spot. Yeah.
You're right. Whoever wins that slot, memang deserves the slot.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Coach Ark. And with that, before we wrap things up, Coach Becky. Now, Coach Becky, sebagai coaching staff SRG OG, and of course as a Malaysian, apa yang Coach Becky nak promise kepada Malaysians on your journey in MSC kali ini?
I feel pretty good right now because we can see the quality of the MPL Malaysian team is really increasing. Every game is really challenging to watch. So I feel like us having some challenges in MPL MY as well is a very good sign that Malaysia is gonna compete in MSC with a better standing, hopefully. Yeah.
All right. We really like that, and we do hope that Malaysia do us proud this time around. Stadium juara sekali lagi. Ini adalah SRG OG Esports. Dah, itu dia. Coach Becky sudah jadi Odette. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to finalize phase 1 of playoffs. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much to SRG OG for making sure Odette is going to appear in all of our ranked games from now on. And of course, the Innocent as well for becoming the MVP of the match. He just remains consistent, you know, even in the games where he's getting run down. His worst performance this series was on that Bruno, and no one can really fault him for not being able to perform, but otherwise, every single time you need him, this man is there.
He's just Mr. Reliable, right? Like, there are games where things are tough for him, you know. Innocent is not immortal. He also has situations where he can't get out of. But every single time when you need him to step up, when you need someone to tell you, to assure you that the game is under control, that can bring you back, it is Innocent. He's done it so many times. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a Dato ship or something, you know, because for instance, season 13, he's been the star of the show. Season 14, he does the same, even at his lowest point. And now in season 15, he does it again to bring them to Riyadh.
Oh, what a series it has been. It has been a great time. But this last game definitely felt like it was decided by the draft somewhat. SRG OG was playing largely standard with the exception of this Odette. And this Odette was designed to specifically counteract what the HomeBois were bringing to the table. While the HomeBois did try to counterplay a little bit with this Masha and Mincetar to deal with Innocent, the sudden appearance of this new mid laner in the hands of Stormy was something that they were not particularly prepared for. And Putting Ivan on the glue roam as well made it very difficult for them to actually initiate a lot of their team fights.
Yeah, it's very flicker committal, right? You had the flicker, grab, flicker, King's Calling. They pull it off once or twice. That was the one where Innocent got stuck in the pit. But high level of execution. Every single time we kind of come down to talking about these kind of drafts, we always like to just tell teams to pick drafts that are easy to execute. I mean, HomeBois, they definitely have the capacity to pull it off, but we also saw the limitations.
Yeah, I like the creativity. I always enjoy it when teams are willing to bring something different to the table, but considering the stakes on this game, it might have been a bit of a risky one to attempt something like this, and it ended up biting them in the behind. But I gotta praise HomeBois. It is the first time that a local team has been able to push SRG OG this far, one game away from potentially securing that MSC slot for themselves. They're gonna have some time now to prepare for Phase 2, and I think they are still genuine contenders for that second spot.
Just like Coach Ark said, right, even he himself couldn't really confirm which team he would rather accompany them to Riyadh. He feels like every single team is strong. Great storylines all and all around. The rebuilding of HomeBois, the new era. We got DxO, the rookies from the MPL scene really making a name for themselves. We got AERO Esports, formerly Red. Also a roster that has really changed since the arrival of Hazel, that elevated the rest of the team, but also credits to rookies like Zkif, who play as if he has been in this league for a long time.
I think the games that we were able to witness today are a true culmination of what we have witnessed throughout Season 15 of MPL MY. Many surprises, many creative approaches, mistakes being made, but also learned from at the same time, and adaptations showing that new blood is capable of going up against the old warriors. So they gotta watch out. Can't get too comfortable up there.
Yeah, I mean, the pain that everyone went through the regular season was definitely worth it just for this moment. Hall of Famers this time all painted red by SRGOG, except for the sandbag, which will be Ivan in this case.
Rich Guy going to Innocent once again. Stormy being the carry this time. That Odette was such a good final pick. I loved it. HomeBois definitely did not. Ivan is the sandbag, and somehow Innocent ends up being the best wingman as well on that Haru.
What can I say? Innocent, he does.
He does it all.
He does it all. You need him, he does it all.
We just need him to be the sandbag one time.
That might be a bit hard. Maybe when he plays Ruby Gold, then maybe we'll have that moment. He's a handyman.
Oh, looking at the game once again, it really was chaotic. It was just a brawl, all-out slugfest by both these teams that actually went pretty back and forth. You gotta give props to the HomeBois for that. Even though SRG OG definitely have the easier comp to play and generally countered what HomeBois brought to the table, they were still able to trade evenly quite a lot of the time.
Oh yes, in this case, right, like Innocent really finding, I mean, SRG OG overall finding a way to deal with Melkuti in certain degrees, right? If Yums gets pulled back, he's like, I'm gonna just punch this Mincetar far away. If we get Stormy, alright, Stormy just start singing.
Just start singing is all he needs to do. It's probably one of the easiest games for Stormy to play as well. He doesn't even mind if he gets hooked. He can just walk in. He just has to pop the big circle of death. And HomeBois is generally going to be grouped up together to take the team fight anyway. So he is just getting free damage done a lot of the time. The Winter Crown was even an item that was prioritized later on. He didn't actually need it for most of the game. And HomeBois, unfortunately, fell just a little bit short of the finish line here.
Yeah, but it's okay. They are going to be waiting in the lower bracket finals. I think, you know, even for the side of SRG OG, it was a hard-fought victory. HomeBois, they still got one more chance.
They do still have one more chance, and at the very least, they'll be sitting and waiting for the matchup between AERO and DXS to see who their next opponent is going to be. But now we finally enter the final few matches of the playoffs here. AERO versus DXS will be the first match we will witness in Phase 2, followed by the winner facing off against the HomeBois in the lower bracket finals to determine who joins SRG at MSC.
And unlike the previous season, we do have a 2-week break in between, also in conjunction with Hari Raya Haji, which is coming up pretty soon. Phase 2 starts in 14 June with AERO against DXS. Obviously, my heart is with AERO, but after seeing DXS defy the odds again and again, a part of me really wonders if DXS is going to make that run all the way to Riyadh.
I'm curious about that as well, but all of these teams have proven themselves this playoffs. All of them have shown that they are capable of learning, of adapting, of evolving as players, regardless of whether they are a rookie or a veteran. Everyone has an equal chance for that final slot. And I think that makes this season even more exciting than the ones before.
Yeah, I think just compared to the seasons where SRG started dominating and then you have Vamos/HomeBois in coming in close second, this is the most competitive we've seen, and I'm really happy because I remember the season 13 and 14, sometimes I get so disappointed in the state of the playoffs because SRG would be dominating and then teams that lose would lose in a fashion that they don't put up a fight at all. You know, JP9 is ready, Sport is ready, just a few to name. But this season, aside from yesterday, which teams got out to a very rocky start, after play-ins, top 4 games are of good quality.
And it's not even the top 4 that we would have expected to make it this far when the season started, right? When you really look back at how it all began, it's a huge surprise, but a very, very pleasant one. And we hope that you guys have continued enjoying the playoffs and the season as much as we have. Please scan the QR code below to fill up the survey and tell us what you think of MPL MY.
Yeah, and tell us what we can do to make it better. You know, maybe more taunting, I don't know, maybe fireworks show when a team wins. Just drop your suggestions. We'll try to make it happen.
But that is officially it for Phase 1 of the playoffs. It's going to be a 2-week break before we come back for Phase 2 to find out who our next grand finalist is going to be. Once again, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. My name is Staffa, along with Husky. We will see you guys next time.
Orange light, Patrick. Now. It's on Sultan. I throw him first.
Aman, solid.
Sabar lah.
I can start lah.
I see me. Follow that. Open sini, Bang. Nice one, dude.
Nice comms.
Itu top flicker.
Artisan, no flicker. Trek. No flick.
Aman, guys. Aman. Patakan lah, Patrick.
We forgot about Johan.
Dapat clean.
Dia flick aku. Mati clean. Perang. Aku balik guys.
Mati guys, dia punya ni guys. Ayo. PT. Serius.
Mati.
PT. Dah, PT. Kamu gas ya? Dah, nice.
Itu dapat 2 tuh. Masih pisang enggak nih?
Dua.
Macam. Ada ulti enggak?
Mati. Ada. Ada Mel, nice Mel.
Nice Mel. Let go Mel. Sabar, jump dulu.
Jump dulu.
Bisain enggak sih kita mid? Cobain yuk. Ayo.
Corang kejar dulu. Tahu. Lock.
Nice.
Ada ulti ya. Aman guys. Aman.
Dia secondary. Lock first.
Bikin hero ah. Beda na Petri. Di salah. Beda. Ini salah. Agak joy. Jauh salah.
Ayo tan. No dash.
Dia ada no.
Go.
No dash drop. Dia bang.
Tahu. Ayo ah. Nice.
Aswan saya.
Aman.
Bruno guys. Bruno puri.
Ote ke Bruno.
Bruno puri.
Mati.
Jaga bro.
Mati Stormy.
Nice.
Oke. Mati. Mati bisain. Alhamdulillah.
Aman kau pegang ini saja.
Alhamdulillah.
Atas. Let's go guys.
Let's go.
One more.
Let's go guys. Alhamdulillah.
Nice. One more. Lagi satu guys. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ada mana dia? Isi ya. Sini, want to try guys. Sini. Oh, aman. Yo, sini. Masuk. No ulti. Aswan sen. Give me.
I can start. Sisa. Nice one.
Give me. Okay. Nice. Wow. Nice.
Mampus kau. Yang termati. Termati. Oh, kamu.
Nice team fight guys.
Aku termati lah.
Nice team fight guys.
Mampus. Amazing. Dah. That's fine.
Duit.
Messi guys. Let's go.
Sustainable.